a scholarship of resistance, of protest, of freedom, and of liberation. And amidst some of the debates that took place in that period, even if there were some quite sharp ideological differences, it seems to me that much of our scholarly production as social scientists and scholars of the humanities were embedded in these four processes that I argue occurred simultaneously. Part of the critique, part of the resistance, part of the scholarship of liberation also included discrediting some of the key intellectual pillars on which the post-1945 order was built, challenging the inequality of the order, challenging the inconsistencies of that order, challenging the hypocrisy that was embedded in the order, and basically exposing Pax Americana for what it really was, as simply a system in which might ultimately seemed to be right. And to the extent to which morality became a part of the discourses of the day, it was only to the extent to which alliances could be forged to have a common understanding of some of the more unacceptable excesses, either of transnational corporations or of regimes such as the apartheid system in South Africa, and a number of such instances. But it was all an uneven process and pattern, an uneven process in which, in some instances, victories were won by the kind of scholarship into which we invested ourselves as a community, but also instances in which whatever we said or did not seem to matter too much to the dominant hegemonic forces in the system. And I don't think there is a better metaphor for which we can express this contradictoriness in the record of the post-1945 resistance, protest, freedom, and liberation dynamic than the fact that before our very eyes, having historically defeated apartheid in South Africa and even settler colonialism in parts of Southern Africa, we are witnessing yet a reincarnation of a new apartheid order and a new settler, more rapacious kind of hegemonic order being inflicted on the people of Palestine. And not for want of the fact that there was also a literature and a scholarship of resistance and of protest, of freedom and of liberation, embodied by a whole generation of scholars in that part of the world and those in solidarity with them, including the likes of the late Edward Said. By the 1990s, end of the so-called Cold War, which some baptized as the end of history and celebrated as effectively the arrival of a unipolar order, we also saw that the seeds of the destruction of the post-1945 Pax Americana were in fact becoming much more obvious and evident in the reemergence of China, in the reemergence of India, and as I indicated earlier, the range of powers that were at play to challenge what they saw as the unacceptable elements of the asymmetries of the post-1945 period, whilst simultaneously seeking also to rebuild the basis and foundation of their own power in the international system. Now, how do we understand this moment? At a very general level, amongst our political leaders, at least, there is a tendency to believe that the end or the apparent end of one order and the emergence, or what looks like the emergence of a new order, provides us an opportunity simply to substitute one old alliance with a new alliance. And I summarize this under the slogan, "Look East," the so-called Look East policy of some of the governments of the continent. I think officially, in fact, the government of Zimbabwe under Mugabe formally adopted a look east policy as a counter to Western sanctions and some of the unilateral excesses that some of the Western powers undertook. Now, my argument essentially is to say, like Gramsci, that the old may be dying. The new is struggling to be born. In the interim, as Gramsci said, there are monsters, and monsters are being unleashed. Whilst this struggle between the old and the new play themselves out, what we see, in fact, is a trying moment in world history, which, if we are lucky, will not necessarily result in war as a way of resolving the power struggle. Essentially, historians have reminded us that no major shift in the configuration of power in the international system has happened without a war. Others have suggested that actually even the COVID-19 pandemic is itself reflective of the centennial outbreak of pandemics that presage a change in global order. And not a few scholars have taken the view that the COVID-19 pandemic has certainly flowed into the dynamics of change in the international system as to announce the imminent birth of a new order. But that order has not been born yet. The old that is supposedly dying is carrying nuclear weapons, and it is not going to go down without a fight. We can see that very clearly. The new that is emerging is being very careful. China talks of a peaceful rise, that it wants to rise, but rise peacefully, at least as its ideology. But it is also busily arming itself in anticipation that a conflict might be inevitable in the international system. Whether this will be a nuclear Armageddon is open to anybody's guess. But at the end of the day, in the midst of this unleashing of the monsters, and it is monsters at various levels. At the political level, we are seeing extreme right groups that are seizing power in huge swathes of Europe, in which actually our colleagues are talking about democratic recession and democratic backsliding in Europe, in the Americas, of Donald Trump suddenly becoming a popular figure, capturing the imagination of people. We see monsters of a political nature. We see monsters of an economic nature also playing themselves out and underwriting a more frequent cycle of crisis, of a systemic crisis in global accumulation, of monsters in the military-industrial complex that are determined, whilst making so much money, to scale up and push the frontiers, as it were, in the capacity of humans to destroy any meaningful life on Earth. Surely, in the context of all of this uncertainty, in the context of all of the doubts that have been created all around us, in Africa as elsewhere, the task which it seems to me confronts us as social scientists, and I'll start to end on that basis, can be summarized under 3 or 4 broad rubrics. First and foremost is the importance, the absolute necessity for us as African scholars, as members of the Codessia community, to have our own independent understanding of the change which is taking place. We cannot content ourselves simply with an interpretation of change processes on the basis of what the so-called global literature is presenting to us. Because in any case, change which takes place, as Chinua Achebe said in one of his, I think, Arrow of God, the world is like a dancing masquerade, and you cannot stand on one spot and expect that you will understand the full dance of the masquerade. You need to move with it. And in moving with it, make your own judgment, your location and your corner, where you stand, where you are, has an important implication for the reading and the interpretation which we make of the change which is taking place. So a massive investment in our research endeavors in understanding the contours and dynamics of change. In doing so, we must also not forget that as much as global change processes are being refracted into the continent, I'm using the word carefully, refracted into the continent of Africa, there are also change processes that are being driven from within Africa. And the confluence of internal change processes and externally refracted change into the political economy of our countries is something which will require a very careful and nuanced reading and understanding. Throwing into it all of the elements that include the youthfulness of our population, amongst others, that are fully at play in helping us to understand or to see the complexity of the processes that confront us. I want to suggest also that now more than ever before, we need to invest in a much better understanding of how other parts of the world and other peoples of the world are themselves understanding the change that is taking place. And I'm not sure that we have enough understanding, for example, to be able to say we know the mind of China, or that we know the mind of Russia, or that we know the mind even of the United States in the face of the changes taking place. We know that in response to the shifts that are taking place, the United States under Joe Biden suddenly decided that it is going to make this a battle between democracies and authoritarian regimes, and then convene an annual conference of democracies and free people. Never mind that if you're an African American and Black Lives Matter as a key issue on your agenda, you are hardly likely going to see the United States as a land of democracy as such. But this is the framing that works for them. It's the framing that helps them to build alliances. But we need to understand it a bit more. In the same way as China seems to be completely blank in most of our reading of what is going on. What exactly does peaceful rise mean? What does unconditional aid really mean? Is there anything like unconditional aid and all of the arsenals which China has deployed as it has sought to build a global footing for itself? And I can cite other examples. But basically, my point is that more than ever before, we need to invest ourselves in a much more intricate understanding of what other regions of the world are thinking. And this becomes even more urgent in the face of what at a third level I've called a new scramble for the African continent. Everybody around the world who has any iota of resources has a program for Africa. The most recent being the Saudi Africa Summit that took place in Riyadh. But everybody, the European Union has Gateway Initiative. China has Belt and Road Initiative. Russia has its own initiative. We are convened to summits and told we are the beautiful bride. The problem, though, is that if you accept every dinner invitation that you receive, including multiple invitations on the same day, you might actually have to be treating obesity and other such ailments that follow an indiscriminate acceptance of every invitation. No strategic effort is being deployed sufficiently, either at the national level or at the level of our regional organizations, in interpreting the change processes and seeing how Africa could be positioned. And it seems to me that for us as scholars, beyond protest, beyond resistance, beyond the struggle for liberation, this movement provides us a unique opportunity to build the kind of social science knowledge, the humanities interventions that we have always yearned for. What is democracy in our context? What is governance in our context? What does development mean at this point in time? Tied not only to our history, but also connected to our aspirations. Aspirations which, after 60 years of independence, cannot simply be limited to being given respect by the rest of the world, but to actually conquering the right as a member of the global community to be a joint rule maker, as opposed to simply being a rule taker. It cannot be that a new world order will be constructed in our very eyes on the basis of struggles which we contributed to waging in order to arrive where we are today, and we simply will accept the values that come from others, especially because we are unable to break out of the aid dependency framework and to assert an independent path for our development. Nobody owes Africa a living at the end of the day. Nobody owes Africa a living. And if any of us had any doubt whatsoever about this basic fact, the COVID-19 pandemic was a rude reminder for those who had any illusions whatsoever. Because when it came to crunch, the bulk of the dominant powers in the system had absolutely no hesitation to announce to thy tents, O Israel, we take care of our people first. When we are done, we will think about you. And we were left basically can in hand protesting about the unfairness of the system, about a new vaccine apartheid, about the neo-hegemonic powers of the pharmaceutical lobby, and so on and so forth. And in case that did not sink in sufficiently, I think we also need to remind ourselves about what happened at the outbreak of the war in Ukraine, and of the fact that in the end, the countries that were hit the hardest by food inflation and whose citizens were exposed to the worst levels of food insecurity were the people of this continent. And it had to be a very painful spectacle to watch a contingent of 5 African leaders going to Ukraine and going to Russia to beg for the blockade on the shipment of grains around the world, particularly to Africa, to be lifted so that regimes can survive the pressures coming from for the population with regard to food inflation. Nobody, therefore, owes Africa a living. And in taking this message to heart, it will be absolutely important for us to rethink all of the inherited concepts like sovereignty, that prevent collective action as Africans. What does sovereignty mean on the basis of a fragmented 55 countries that are unable to even control drones that fly over their territory without authorization? What does independence defined in those narrow terms mean if we are not able to safeguard our own collective security and in the process put forward values which we think are important for safeguarding the overall survival and well-being of humanity? Thank you, Chair, for your indulgence. I rest my case.
Thank you very much, Professor Olukoshi, for the points so important you brought this afternoon to our discussion and how to understand the moment. I'd like to invite Núria Remaun.
مساء الخير. Good afternoon. الزلف لون. C'est un très grand plaisir pour moi que de participer à cette 16e Assemblée générale du CODESRIA et qui coïncide avec ses 50 ans, et particulièrement ce panel consacré aux sciences sociales et humaines face à la crise. Alors moi, je vais m'appuyer sur une enquête nationale que nous avons conduite en mars 2021 au Centre de recherche en anthropologie sociale et culturelle qui est à Oran, et qui a concerné donc 1200 ménages et près de 6000 individus. Alors, nous souhaitions savoir ce que la société fait de ce que le politique lui dit ou impose de faire, tout en sachant que la recherche relève d'un processus besogneux sur une question qui nécessitera certainement beaucoup de temps pour être construite sociologiquement. Donc, pour nous, mettre l'accent sur l'importance de l'observation, du recueil et de la construction des données pour produire un certain nombre de discours de vérité au pluriel. Alors, se saisir d'une crise comme analyseur des réalités sociales procède d'une posture méthodologique permettant d'appréhender le normal de l'exceptionnel au travers des logiques d'action des décideurs dans un contexte inédit d'absence de débat public et qui plus est, ont très peu sollicité les sciences sociales et les pouvoirs publics se sont essentiellement appuyés sur le technico-médical aux fins de fournir une base de légitimation aux prises de décision. À situation inédite, mesure inédite, allègement par exemple des programmes, passage en classe supérieure au-dessous de la moyenne, obtention du bac à partir de 9, moyenne aboutissant en fait à une remise en cause de la puissance normative des institutions. Un focus particulier sera fait sur l'école et nous nous poserons la question de savoir en quoi la pandémie a joué un rôle d'accélérateur du processus de transition d'un modèle d'école à un autre, mais dont la configuration est encore insaisissable. L'approche fonctionnaliste dominante en sciences sociales comme cadre d'interprétation des dynamiques sociales trouve ses limites. Dans un contexte perturbé par une crise comme celle du Covid, qui a nécessité le recours à une batterie de mesures exigeant en conséquence, pour comprendre et donner du sens à ce qui pourrait apparaître comme anodin, de revenir aux référents fondamentaux de l'analyse en termes de classe sociale, d'inégalité et d'état social. Notre intervention sera structurée en 3 points. Une présentation des grandes tendances relatives au vécu durant la pandémie, à partir de l'enquête, bien sûr. Un deuxième point, un focus sur l'école de manière particulière. Et enfin, quelques pistes de réflexion. Alors, l'urgence de recueillir des données pour apprécier le degré de changement dans le vécu de tout un chacun s'est posée d'elle-même pour éviter supputation et récits fantasques. Établir un état des lieux, aussi partiel soit-il, donne un ancrage réaliste aux analyses. Au-delà des savoirs acquis de proximité, il y a lieu d'interroger tous les segments de la vie sociale. Il s'agira de mettre l'accent sur les singularités d'une société, même si on sait que l'ailleurs n'est pas totalement différent, et où regagner la confiance, en même temps que continuer à agir face aux nombreuses zones d'incertitude, constitue un enjeu majeur. L'état des lieux des bouleversements provoqués par la Covid-19 s'appuiera sur les vécus et les perceptions, tout en partant d'emblée de l'hypothèse d'un vécu inégal selon le genre, selon la catégorie sociale et selon le contexte urbain ou rural, avec les conséquences sur la famille, le travail et la formation. Pour la question du travail, nous sommes partis de l'hypothèse que la pandémie Covid-19 a constitué une opportunité pour certains et a fragilisé la situation pour d'autres. Une opportunité notamment pour les salariés fonctionnaires et pour les femmes de la fonction publique et a fragilisé les personnels indépendants ou libéraux. Les indices de vulnérabilité dans le champ du travail ont été identifiés à partir du revenu, du poste occupé, du temps de travail et de l'affiliation à la caisse de sécurité sociale. Pour la formation, la construction des indices de vulnérabilité scolaire, classés comme élevés, moyens ou faibles, prenait en ligne de compte l'organisation du temps scolaire, les résultats scolaires antérieurs et la situation sociale de l'intervenant. L'indice relatif au climat familial, souvent détérioré, avec une violence visible ou silencieuse, a été appréhendé à partir des variables relationnelles et de la répartition des tâches au sein du couple et des relations parents-enfants. Un focus donc a été fait sur l'école où on s'est posé la question justement de ce passage éventuel d'un autre type d'école. Alors, la pandémie interroge le devenir et les réalités de l'état social à travers les modalités de gestion de crise rendant parfois visible la pauvreté. Le contexte national et international avec la pandémie Covid-19 interroge les modes et les types de solidarité en situation d'atermoiement des politiques publiques amenant au renforcement des liens familiaux et communautaires. Donc, élaborer des typologies, bon, comme dans toute toute action dans les sciences sociales. Alors, peut-on considérer le risque comme une entrée possible pour saisir le sens des changements en cours dans nos sociétés, des enjeux et des défis auxquels il est fait face? Donc, c'est sur le quotidien des vécus familiales et individuels et construit en prenant en ligne de compte les trois temps de la pandémie, celui de la panique, celui de la prise d'action et celui du relâchement, que nos analyses ont été menées. Alors, quelles ont été très globalement les réalités de ce vécu individuel et familial? Alors, la Covid a eu des répercussions fortes pour l'écrasante majorité de la population et l'effet psychologique de la pandémie sur l'humeur est extrêmement important. Alors, sur les 1200 ménages interrogés, alors seuls 21% déclarent avoir été contaminés par la Covid et a eu affaire avec le système de santé, hôpital ou médecin. Mais seul moins du tiers d'entre eux ont pu faire un test révélateur du Covid. Est-ce dû à un problème de disponibilité, de moyens financiers, d'organisation ou de non-croyance à l'utilité du test? En élargissant les réponses sur la contamination au-delà de la famille nucléaire, c'est plus de la moitié des familles qui ont contracté la Covid. Et de ces personnes à tête du Covid, 10,8% en sont décédées. Nous avons constaté par ailleurs la tendance à déclarer plus facilement la maladie des autres, même quand celle-ci fait partie de la famille, que de s'exprimer sur soi-même. Alors, je vais aller vite. Je vais donner simplement un certain nombre de titres. Donc, les besoins des familles en période de pandémie, c'est d'abord une question de famille. Et si plus de 42% affirment avoir reçu une aide, qu'elle soit matérielle, financière ou morale, la majorité, finalement, s'est exprimée dans le cadre de la mobilisation du premier réseau qui est celui de la famille. Donc, la solidarité familiale a d'abord joué en premier lieu, pour très loin derrière les amis, les collègues, puis les voisins, les associations et enfin 5% pour les institutions publiques. Alors si plus du tiers de la population des chefs de ménage interrogés ont eu des besoins d'aide financière durant la période dure du temps du confinement, les mesures draconiennes ont eu des conséquences sociales, notamment de baisse de revenus pour certaines familles. Alors, la vécu de la pandémie et notamment toute la problématique de la période dure de la pandémie, notamment le confinement, les vécus d'un ramadan et d'un Aïd sous Covid ou l'arrêt de la convivialité. L'Aïd et le ramadan est un moment symbolique extrêmement important dans la vie de tous les musulmans. Donc le ramadan, avec ce dont il est porteur, comme occasion de regroupement familial, de rencontres nocturnes, de sorties de groupe, apparaît pour nous enquêter comme totalement raté. Et ils sont plus de 85% des ménages interrogés à regretter l'absence de rencontres familiales et notamment les sorties nocturnes après le ftour qui leur ont le plus manqué. Alors, moment de liberté particulière, le ramadan rend licite pour les femmes les sorties nocturnes, contrairement au mois ordinaire de l'année où la justification de la sortie doit se faire et être obtenue. L'écrasante majorité regrette aussi les interdictions de regroupement, particulièrement les sorties à la mosquée pour le taraweh. Mois sacré, c'est aussi un mois d'échange et de communion des habitants de quartier. Alors, pour les 2/3 des ménages, l'absence d'effervescence durant la dernière semaine de Ramadan, pour l'achat notamment des affaires de l'Aïd, a beaucoup manqué. Ramadan est un mois aux particularités traditionnelles, organisant selon un timing particulier l'emploi du temps familial et le type de dépenses. Et si malgré les restrictions imposées, nombreux ont fait le sacrifice traditionnel du mouton, clôturant le mois de Ramadan, en famille restreinte ou en famille élargie, ils sont plus quand même de 10% à reconnaître n'avoir pas eu les moyens nécessaires pour acheter un mouton. Alors, dans les habitudes quotidiennes des familles, face au nouveau contexte, évidemment, l'hégémonie des écrans. Alors, la lecture des écrans, c'est le grand gagnant de la période du confinement et ils sont plus de 70% à affirmer avoir passé plus de temps devant les écrans durant le confinement. Alors, bien sûr, il en résulte une baisse d'activité physique et la période de confinement a malgré tout permis à plus de la moitié des enquêtés d'être plus en famille durant les repas, mais autant à reconnaître avoir changé ou modifié leur alimentation pendant la période de confinement. Alors, la vie de famille en contexte de restriction de mobilité, ce sont des conflits en augmentation. Et plus de la moitié de la population interrogée reconnaissent vivre dans un climat de violence permanente ou épisodique. Parmi celles-ci, certains affirment vivre souvent et très souvent dans des conditions de violence, mais ce qu'il faut dire, c'est que le climat en fait de difficulté a lieu essentiellement avec les enfants. Et durant le confinement sévère, près de la moitié des ménages ont vécu aussi des difficultés avec le conjoint, où les enfants sont encore le sujet de difficultés pour la majorité. Alors, il est fort probable que la faible admissibilité ou de tolérance sociale vis-à-vis des plaintes des enfants contre leurs parents explique du côté des enfants des chiffres pour nous considérés comme étant extrêmement faibles. Le comportement des enfants a posé problème à quasiment l'ensemble des familles. Et si pour une partie des parents, c'est toute la journée que le comportement des enfants pose problème, pour certains, c'est surtout le soir. Et près de la moitié des ménages se disent non concernés par le partage des activités domestiques et 16% des maris contribuent seulement aux tâches domestiques selon la demande et avec 14% en cas de besoin, notamment de maladie. Visiblement, le conjoint qui ne partageait pas les activités domestiques avant le confinement n'a pas changé de comportement. Les activités des enfants durant le confinement notamment sur la question scolaire, a amené à une aggravation des inégalités. Alors, surtout durant la fermeture des écoles, certains ont pu assurer la continuité pédagogique. Elle ne l'était pas du côté des pouvoirs publics, mais très peu de familles ont pu en donner. Malgré le fait que les cours d'une chaîne publique créée spécialement, qu'on appelait chaîne du savoir, le Ma'rifa, ont été très, très faiblement suivis par les enfants. Alors, ce qu'être non actif et devenir non actif durant la pandémie, alors, de la population ménage enquêtée, beaucoup ont perdu leur emploi et leur statut était celui de salarié non permanent et très peu exercé comme un permanent. L'enquête confirme que le secteur privé a été responsable de près de 88% de mise en chômage de ces personnels. Et c'est d'abord l'arrêt de l'activité qui justifie la mise en chômage temporaire, puis la fin de contrat et enfin le licenciement. Mais la prise en charge par la famille de ces chômeurs est confirmée par l'enquête. La pandémie Covid-19 constitue une raison suffisante pour plus de la moitié de nos enquêtés pour accepter malgré tout de voir la rémunération baisser et avoir une disponibilité à travailler même en sous-qualification. Les démarches pour un emploi ont été très difficiles et aussi difficiles pendant la période de Covid, mais c'est à un emploi de salarié permanent dans le secteur public que recherche près de la moitié de nos chômeurs, pourcentage suivi par ceux qui ont un choix indifférent, l'essentiel étant qu'ils puissent trouver un emploi. Alors, il n'y a pas de consensus à considérer qu'en situation épidémique, les femmes trouvent plus de facilité de l'emploi que les hommes. Alors, sur les institutions de formation, la fermeture des écoles durant la première période s'est faite sans assurer une continuité pédagogique. Et cela a amené à une rupture totale des liens avec l'école, provoquant une situation de détresse chez les familles. Suivie en seconde période, après le confinement total, par un emploi du temps aménagé et allégé, des évaluations supprimées, créant des situations de flottement, d'incertitude, même sur les dates de reprise de l'école et des examens. La suspension de la scolarité a totalement désorganisé la famille. Et c'est une des conséquences de l'arrêt de cours pour les élèves et qui est la difficulté dans la gestion quotidienne du temps. Le sentiment de perturbation vécu par les familles suite à l'arrêt de la scolarité est déclaré par l'écrasante majorité. Et plus des 2/3 de nos chefs de ménage ont des enfants de moins de 12 ans, soit au primaire, soit au collège. Alors, cette écrasante majorité a eu maille à partir avec la régulation du temps quotidien. Et dans le fait d'être perturbé, c'est la dimension de la discipline qui apparaît posant problème pour les foyers dont les enfants ne vont plus à l'école pour cause de flambée épidémique. Et près de 80% des ménages pointent le doigt sur les perturbations du sommeil et donc des horaires de sommeil et de réveil. Alors, les impacts d'itinéraires scolaires sur le vécu scolaire pandémique est très important, notamment pour ceux qui ont déjà redoublé, pour ceux qui étaient déjà absentéistes. Leur rapport, en tout cas, leur risque de décrochage scolaire est encore plus important. Alors, les rapports à la lecture et aux autres, en fait, c'est une réalité. Majoritairement, les jeunes n'ont lu aucun livre et aucun ouvrage, et ils sont plus de 64%. Et durant le confinement, même la chaîne d'apprentissage, le Ma'rifa, est déclarée être suivie par uniquement 20%. Donc, avec l'arrêt de la scolarité, en fait, les jeunes et les adolescents reconnaissent que ce sont les camarades qui leur ont manqué en premier lieu. Et l'institution scolaire, à travers l'établissement, offre l'opportunité justement de création de liens sociaux autres que ceux de la famille ou du voisinage. Les études ont manqué pour uniquement 28%, et puis c'est le diplôme qui est l'expression de la réussite pour les enfants. Alors, le retour au collège, attente et inquiétude, le changement a été visible, et avec le retour en classe, les élèves, dans leur grande majorité, certes déclarent seuls, et c'est peut-être un des signes que l'école leur a manqué. Mais c'est la déconcentration qui est le plus invoquée par nos enquêtés, suivie de moins intéressés aujourd'hui, plus stressés pour d'autres, moins de confiance en soi. Pour la majorité des enquêtés, les parents ne paient pas de cours de soutien, alors même qu'en pratique, les cours de soutien, les cours supplémentaires, comme on les appelle, sont devenus la norme dominante dans la société. Pour ceux qui en bénéficient de manière régulière, la situation sociale de leurs parents le leur permet. Alors, il y a évidemment un avis par rapport à la suspension des cours, des positions divergentes, et que dans la reprise de la scolarité, les difficultés se sont ressenties d'abord avec les enseignants, et pour les 2/3 des élèves, et en seconde position, mais très loin, c'est avec les chefs d'établissement, puis avec les élèves et les camarades. Alors, les 2/3 des élèves ont vécu ce premier trimestre, notamment de 2021, d'abord comme difficile et insuffisant. Alors, des problèmes de connexion et une réorganisation des enseignements non favorables aux apprentissages, avec notamment l'université. Les étudiants, dans leur écrasante majorité, durant ce distanciel, considèrent que ce mode d'apprentissage ne les a pas du tout aidés. Alors, des enseignants et un programme non achevé, avec une insatisfaction totale. Alors, j'en viendrai donc à quelques réflexions d'une société en résilience ou de ce que j'ai considéré comme étant un effet positif de la rente d'un système politique égalitariste. L'agenda 2030 des objectifs de développement durable est construit sur les principes d'inclusion, d'équité et de durabilité. Et l'Algérie, à l'instar de tous les autres pays, a été frappée de plein fouet par la Covid-19. Alors, les conséquences de la globalisation et du néolibéralisme, qui ont été amplifiées dans le contexte Covid, ont impacté les solidarités sociales de protection des droits sociaux. Mais à travers l'expérience du confinement dû à la crise sanitaire, un constat, c'est vrai, celui de l'augmentation des incertitudes et des inégalités. L'épidémie vécue comme une épreuve a été un révélateur, voire en fait une mise à nu du fonctionnement et des tendances lourdes en œuvre dans la société. Le rôle clé joué par la famille comme espace de solidarité organique confirme sa place comme unité sociale de base et compensant par là les effets inégalitaires des mesures prises par la puissance publique au bénéfice des réguliers, c'est-à-dire des cotisants à la sécurité sociale, et particulièrement pour les travailleurs noirs. L'expression d'une attitude fataliste cohabite avec une triple pauvreté économique, travail au noir, sociale, avec des conditions d'habitat, entre autres, difficiles, et culturelles, avec un faible niveau de scolarisation. Alors, si durant le temps 1, celui de la panique, l'État a délégué à la famille le rôle de protection et de survie, et la famille a fonctionné comme un pare-choc, les représentants élus du peuple n'ont joué aucun rôle et aucun débat n'a été organisé. Les mesures barrières, leur durée, le contexte géographique, les priorités et les secteurs concernés prises par les autorités ont plus résulté des conclusions et des analyses produites par le Comité national sanitaire, mais laissant des marges de manœuvre certaines aux autorités locales. Donc, l'allègement des programmes, la diminution des volumes horaires pour ce qui concerne l'école, l'abaissement des moyens de passage au cycle supérieur, avec un changement des critères d'évaluation, continueront à avoir des conséquences importantes pour l'avenir du niveau scolaire. Des conséquences comme des répliques après un séisme. Et c'est à une gestion populiste de l'école qui s'est donnée à voir comme alternative à une gestion considérée comme élitiste. Donc, passer d'un modèle à un autre aurait supposé de produire une argumentation scientifique et pédagogique au lieu et place de l'argumentation d'autorité. La société a été résiliente du fait en grande partie que la population habituée aux états d'urgence, notamment la période coloniale avec les couvre-feux et la décennie noire avec le terrorisme durant plus d'une dizaine d'années, et aussi du fait d'avoir bénéficié de mesures sociales inédites, de protection et de mesures administratives à conséquences pédagogiques visant à fluidifier les cohortes à tous les niveaux scolaires. La forte étatisation dans la gestion de la pandémie n'a pas du tout été une singularité, mais un mode de gouvernance. Obéissance et transgression, selon les lieux, les moments, les motivations, ont contribué en revanche à la reconnaissance de la légitimité des décisions prises par les pouvoirs publics. En conclusion, l'hypothèse que la pandémie Covid-19 a constitué une opportunité pour certains et a fragilisé la situation pour d'autres, une opportunité, encore une fois, pour les salariés fonctionnaires, a été confirmée par l'enquête. Les sociétés ont besoin de sécurité sur les risques. Le vécu social au long cours, le contexte avec ses valeurs, influence lourdement les actions prises par les pouvoirs publics. Mais l'indifférence aux différences sociales dans l'approche égalitariste a approfondi les inégalités entre élèves. Le concept de crise peut être appréhendé soit comme une occasion nocive avec son caractère déstabilisateur et son climat d'incertitude, ou comme une opportunité, un déclencheur de changement. Aujourd'hui, nous assistons plutôt à l'approfondissement dans la réalité d'un modèle débridé, imposé par actes administratifs et progressifs, mais sans les lunettes nécessaires pour éclairer le sens des démarches. Aussi, la référence aujourd'hui dans les sciences humaines et sociales à la terminologie de désoccidentalisation achève de faire de la matrice occidentale l'unité de mesure des évolutions qui ont cours dans le monde. Les conflits dans ce monde, en Afrique et plus dramatiquement aujourd'hui, la guerre à Gaza, bouleversent et contribuent à redéfinir le monde et l'horizon de pensée occidentale. C'est à travers la stratégie déployée dans les discours médiatico-politiques, dans un contexte politique réel, qui rend visible le paradigme de référence à l'actuel ordre des choses. Merci.
Thank you very much, Professor Nuria Remaoun, for the points you brought to our discussion with another focus. Thank you very much. I'd like to invite Professor Rashid, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Silva. Thank you very much, Professor Lukushi and Professor Remaoun, for basically setting a very broad and also very specific sets of issues and questions that I would just very quickly reflect on and sort of find a middle ground between those two. I've set my timer for about 20 minutes maximum. If it goes off, I'll stop talking so that the discussant can pull together highlights of what we said, and also there could be time for Q&A. I want to spend that 15 to 20 minutes to talk about really three different things. First, to have a quick reflection on pandemics. And here I'm not only talking about COVID, I'm talking about Ebola. If you are from Sierra Leone, Guinea, Liberia, and maybe parts of Nigeria and Senegal, in one decade, you would have lived through two major pandemics. The second sets of issues that I want to reflect on is what I call confronting, really confronting the epistemes of disease and race, and how the ontology of Blackness is wrapped around these epistemes. And lastly, if I do have time, is to look very quickly on what I call engaging the debates seeing the old in the new, as you just said, Bio. So first, let's start with epidemics. We all in this audience, I hope, know what epidemics are: sudden outbreaks of either existing or new diseases that overwhelm public health systems in a particular locale or globally. When they become global, they become pandemics. We know that epidemics are as old as recorded history. Many people might not be aware that in the 21st century alone, there has been almost on a yearly outbreak epidemics around the world. Even I didn't check the latest WHO update on epidemics, but even before we had COVID outbreak, there were epidemics relating to various diseases going on around the world. And these epidemics, note, are mostly in areas of what's called the developing South, parts of Asia, parts of South America, and mostly in the African continent. So in a sense, we live within an environment, especially those of us who are in the developing world, that are prone to large-scale outbreaks of disease. So the question for us here, or the issue for us here, is not if there is going to be another epidemic or if there is going to be another outbreak of major disease that might challenge or overwhelm our public health system. The question is going to be when, because wrapped up with our expanding population, wrapped up with the way our society is developing rapidly in many cases, rapid urbanization, but also the way in which we are interacting with the environment, what happens is a couple of things would happen. One is existing diseases would either transform themselves to become much more virulent to attack our bodies and also attack our health system. Second, as in the case of COVID, what happens is in the interaction with the environment, we would provoke viruses, which in some cases have not had contact with humans. We would provoke those particular viruses to make that critical genetic jump, not only from being in the wild, not only from being among other animals, but to make that transition to humans. And what that usually means for us, until our immune and genetic systems are able to adapt to it, it is going to be tough going for us in the short run. So for us here, what we're dealing with and what we're discussing in this General Assembly is not a question of the now or what has immediately passed. It's also a question of anticipating what might come in the future. Epidemics or pandemics are very interesting diseases, especially as they attack, overwhelm, and cost through society. So what they usually do, if you're a student of history, what they usually do, what pandemics reveal, they reveal the state of where your society is, the level of preparedness to counter that which is unknown or that which it is prepared for. Pandemics also do stuff that is very interesting. They reveal who we are as a people. Because diseases do two things. Because diseases sometimes put us as people, individuals, community, as at our most vulnerable, at our most helpless, in which we have to depend on others. It tests who we are as a people. It reveals the depth of our compassion, the extent to which we care for each other. The other thing that diseases do, because responding to disease usually means the mobilization of resources, sometimes the scarce resources that are available to society, is they also expose the worst in who we are. Forget those two pictures, then we should begin to think of those countries like Sierra Leone, Liberia, the MRU countries, and the West African countries, as well as the globe, when first Ebola hit them, and second, when COVID hit those particular societies. So on the positive side, I usually have 2 time covers that I show, which show people in full gear. And when you see the two pictures, Ebola and COVID, you're saying, what's going on? Because our responses to those two diseases seem so familiar in terms of the images. And I'll put those in conversation in a moment. On the negative, so on the positive side, shows how caring we are. On the negative side, really begins to show not only our competition for resources, it exposes pervasive prejudice in society, ignorance, deep-rooted inequities between and within communities, nations, and regions of the world. They force us to sit and take note about the deep power hierarchies, the unequal relationship, and sometimes the cynical political calculations that produce some of the prejudices and sustain them. So COVID and Ebola are two different diseases. I'm not going to go into them. COVID is much more lethal. Ebola is much more lethal than COVID, but thankfully it was confined and it was contained within the MRO. COVID, unfortunately, became a global pandemic. So let us talk very quickly, as I said, the second part of my comments on what I want to say, the epistemes of disease and race. So it took me a long time, because we do the book on Ebola, it took me a long time to think about and to say, if you put these two epidemics, pandemics in conversation, what would be the features that would show up about them that speaks to where our world and where our societies are? In other words, how did these two epidemics, these two major outbreaks of disease mirror each other? We know the differences, but are there areas where we can sort of see the similarities? And I made this argument again and again, that in fact, if you paid very careful attention to the 2013 to 2016 COVID outbreak in Sierra Leone, Guinea, and Liberia, you could understand some of the features that emerged during COVID. And some of the lessons that the world should have learned during COVID that they never picked up, probably because of where it's coming from in the world. So the first element of the pandemics that we are all aware with is, since when the epidemics and pandemic emerged, they were relatively unknown disease. Our knowledge of what Ebola was has existed for a very long period of time, but in West Africa, it was a novel disease. We've never had outbreak of Ebola in West Africa until 2013. Meanwhile, you had 30 years plus of knowledge about Ebola in East and Central Africa that did not transmit readily to West Africa. And you ask yourself, in a world of the prevalence of knowledge, why did that happen? We would come back to that and we can sort of think about that. But these are some of the features that I thought was important to share with us and to reflect on a bit more deeply. So one of the first features, and we're all aware of this because some of us are implicated in this, is the first thing that happened both during the outbreak of Ebola and COVID was the prevalence and the circulation of rumors, myths, half-truth, conspiracy theories about the outbreak, where they came from, what was the nature of the outbreak. Even when knowledge of these outbreaks were replaced by verifiable knowledge, is that the information that was based on ignorance, that was based on half-truth, kept on circulating. Two issues arise for me. So one was, in the interconnected world, the way in which technology becomes an enabler of the spread of particular forms of ignorance in a world where knowledge is supposed to be at our fingertips. Half of the room here is connected, is on their phones, on their machines. You are accessing information somewhere in the world, or you're in connection with friends, relatives, you're texting that. So you ask yourself, in a world where we can readily call information a very short period of time, what was going on and what does that say about the world that we live in. The second point that is a crucial point, and this point I want to emphasize, and it speaks to what you said, Bayo, about thinking of the world in which we live in and how Africa features into the world. Unsurprisingly, both with the outbreak of Ebola and COVID, the disease and its impact became highly racialized. The disease and its impact became highly racialized. And first, searching for the origins of the disease, it was never a question of whether or not you could have had those disease outbreaks from quote unquote, the so-called core or the westernized or the civilized center. It was always the search for causes on the periphery. And what kinds of practices from the periphery enabled those diseases to invade the so-called protected body politic. And Africa featured into that. Africa featured in two ways. If you followed the discussions about the outbreak of Ebola, it was where we lived, what we ate, the cultural practices that just made the disease very difficult to pin down or contain. When it came to COVID, the script was slightly flipped. The script was slightly flipped. It's flipped in two ways. One was that all of the predictions about what COVID was going to do to Africa never showed up. Then the question became, what is it in Africa and about African people that did not allow them or did not lead to their experiences of what the world's wealthiest countries, the United States, what Britain, what Italy went through? Why are they not dying at the scale on which we are dying? Why are they not being hospitalized at the rate at which we're being hospitalized? I'm not going to spend time into debating about why Africans suffered less from the impacts of COVID than countries in the West, but it speaks to what I call this ontology of Blackness and sort of the racialization of disease, and especially the racialization of Africa and Africa in relationship to disease and disease outbreak. We know that the public health measures that were taken first to combat COVID were unprecedented. So if you lived in Sierra Leone, Guinea, and Liberia, your societies were shut down for a particular period. Less than 4 years later, the world was shut down because of COVID. And the lesson in those particular measures is not about the public health measures or the compliances, but how people responded to those measures or how states enforced those measures. The implementation of public health measures became terrain of conflicts between governments, those who were in charge of the states, and people on which those measures were being imposed on, or people who were being asked. Governments, in many cases, tended to act, especially in Africa, with autocratic tendency, and their publics resisted forthright. In many African countries, I know that in Sierra Leone, Guinea, and Liberia, and in different parts of the world, you had protests, you had riots following responses to government measures. And these are very serious, and these are issues that we need to think about. Two last points on thinking about COVID and Ebola and our response to it. One, that is important to us as Africans, again, speaks to hierarchies and ontologies of power. It took the securitization of COVID, of Ebola, for the world to respond to Ebola. So whilst Ebola in the first year and a half had basically overwhelmed the public health system, and why it is very evident that the infrastructure of Guinea, Liberia, and Sierra Leone had been overstretched. The news was there, the images were there of people dying. You know what it took for the United Nations, both at the Security Council and the General Assembly, to almost unanimously vote to support UNMEA, that is the United Nations Emergency Response to Ebola? It wasn't so much, and it wasn't solely that you had so many people dying in Sierra Leone, Liberia, and Guinea, or so many people being infected. It took the major countries, especially the United States, framing it as a global security threat. They were willing to put that resources only when it was calculated that if Ebola was not contained in West Africa, like COVID, it would probably overwhelm the world. That was when, I'm not making this up, go check the debates in the Security Council. It was only when it was framed as a security threat, global security threat, especially to the West, that was when the resources were unlocked. Then you ask yourself, what is the calculus here? Were African lives not sufficient enough to be protected at that particular point? Did it have to take a global securitization of a public health crisis for you to that response? There's a lot more that I could say, but I want to quickly round up and talk about engaging the aftermath of the two pandemics, both Ebola and COVID. And for us as researchers and for CODESRIA, areas that I see potential opportunities and synergies for the work that we've been doing and moving ahead. The first area that I see opportunities for us to continue the discussion, and it's not only a discussion around decolonization, it's not only a question around thinking about ontologies of Blackness and where they stand. I think we need, despite the fact that you said 1940s, 1950s, 1960s, there were these liberation movements that fought first on an anti-racist platform to underline the humanity of Africans. 21st century, we're still fighting that. The way in which race, this multiple-headed hydra, permeates our world. We don't know until there is a crisis. We don't know until the rubber hits the road that this hierarchy of some people having some value, more value, or that shows up. So we live in countries which are not colonized, but it doesn't mean that we don't live in a world that is hierarchically and racially structured. And a provocation here, look at what's happening in Palestine. What is the calculus? How many Palestinians have to be killed vis-a-vis what's going on in Israel? Ask yourself, what's the calculus? What's the calculus? What's the equivalence in lives there? So we live in a world where the lives of particular populations are still not deeply as valued. We don't occupy a world of common humanity. We still have to work for that world. And every time we make progress is if we don't defend or guard those particular processes, they are reversals. Bayo, you said everybody is fighting to have a piece of the African continent. What does that say about the way they perceive us as Africans? So that's the first area that I think the work needs to be done. The second point, again, I wouldn't belabor it. This is the debate around the politics and the political economy. What we're seeing very quickly around politics and political economy, what we're seeing very quickly is all the gains we thought we made in the 1990s. We're very much in danger of losing, quote unquote, those democratic gains. Look at what's happening in West Africa. 4 or 5 countries in the last 6 years are under military rule. We barely have any country in West Africa, except probably for Liberia that has just recently finished its election, where we don't have disputed elections. And in a number of African countries, we're having backsliding against democratic rules that were agreed in the 1990s. So we have to ask ourselves, what is the role and what role have the epidemics played in making sure that in influencing our governance and our state structures? Absolute last point, as I promised that I'm going to round up on, is higher education, which should be, as Godwin mentioned, this is our domain. This is what has brought us into this particular room. And what COVID did vis-a-vis higher domain, a field that is higher education, a field that is ultimately already fraught with issues, is raise all kinds of questions. 2 minutes. Raise all kinds of questions. Questions about the exponential demand for higher educations that we're faced with. And how, as a continent, which keeps emphasizing that we need this generation of educated women as well as men to help us respond to the issues and problems that we're facing. Big problem there is how are we going to mobilize the resources to fund them? Second, governance and structure. These institutions are growing, they are proliferated. In the last 20 years, we have problems of how these institutions are being governed and run. We have issues of pedagogy. And COVID both presented a challenge and opportunity. Professor Remaun, you clearly pointed out the downsides of thinking that technology was going to fix our problem with COVID. Online class, online teaching through technology. Clearly, we still need to think about a debate and to find how we can do this very well. Because it's very clear that with technology, we have to engage and use technology in the future. The final point that I want to raise that came up for us in the committees that I work with, SSRC and other organizations, is how then do we do research when you are faced with crisis? 2 points. How do we do research when we're faced with crisis? So it's not only research with the use of technology. The last big point that I want to raise, and I'm not smart enough to think out where that would take us, is our research methodologies, our research approaches, given the challenges that we're facing in Africa, are they the only ones that we could truly use? Are we not in a place where we probably need to think? We talk about interdisciplinarity and multidisciplinarity. Are we not in a place where we should really begin to think very seriously as social scientists to think of new ways to address the kinds of challenges, multidimensional challenges that we're facing? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Rashid. With the last speaker words, we have a certain number of points to reflection on the future of our continent. And particularly because we are African academics and which role we should play. So I would like to invite Ato as our discussant. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Teresa Cruz Silva. And thanks, former colleagues of Codesria, for generously inviting me to be part of the General Assembly, this very august body of African humanities and social sciences. I mean, it's really hard to say much after these very eloquent submissions by our eminent speakers. Yes, it's really hard. I've been jotting down all sorts of stuff. Probably I won't understand most of what I wrote, but since I'm here, I might as well say something, right? I mean, so let me start with what we did not hear the speakers say. There is at least one thing that I can point out, which is what the humanities and the social sciences represent. What are they? And it's very instructive that we did not say anything about it. In a sense, it shows that we are sort of settled about what we are doing. And we are sort of clear about its boundaries with other areas of knowledge and things like that. But there is a second term in the important term in the title of the panel, and that's disruption. Some of the speakers spoke of it in terms of crisis. And there, I think, we begin to get into, like the substance of the thing, because like the speakers are sort of very, very clear. They don't necessarily have the same understanding of what these disruptions are. But I think there is one thing that is sort of clear, that for all of them, it's not really about the problems that we face. Crisis and disruptions are about the mechanisms that we have put in place as a society to deal with those problems that we face. So in Professor Remahoun, she talks a lot about the state and about representatives, also about family. Professor Luko, she talks a lot about what you can think of as the post-World War II mechanisms that have been set in place at an international level. And Professor Rashid talks, of course, about what we can think of as epidemic control and prevention measures. So I think there is a very clear unanimity in that sense across the panel, that it's not about the problems that we face, but it's about the mechanisms that we've put in place. Now, so this, of course, leads to the question of what disruptions represent for us as social scientists or people doing work in the humanities and social sciences. And I think, again, in a sense, there is a lot of convergence, okay? All of them are sort of clear in the sense that it's, in a sense, the breakdown of an established order. And I think across all of the presentations, you should see this. It's epidemic control and prevention measures that we've put in place, the post-war order, the state, if we want to think of it as such, in Professor Remahoun's presentation. But they are also very clear that it is a moment that is pregnant with possibilities, okay? Professor Lukoshi speaks about the baby that is yet to be born, okay? So in a sense, something is going away, but something else is coming into being. Now, what does this moment represent for us as people doing work in the social sciences and the humanities again? The authors are sort of very clear that it is, in one sense, and a very opportune moment because it's very revelatory, okay? If we think of ourselves as people doing, we are people doing epistemological work, we are involved in intellectual labor, we want to know things, then it's great, huh? It's a great moment because it reveals a lot, huh? And I think across the presentations, there is a focus on inequality in a geopolitical sense, inequality in terms of class and gender in Professor Remahoun, inequality in terms of race in Professor Rashid. That is very, very clear. Now, that brings us to the question of solidarity. Okay, solidarity. Here, I think, in a sense, we see some differences, okay? So in Professor Rashid's presentation, he's sort of very, very clear that there is an absence of solidarity when we think about epidemic control and prevention measures beyond the national level, and maybe even at the national level where, everyone is in a mad rush to secure their own people. You see new forms of phobia against people that are seen as other and things like that. One of the striking things about the presentation of Professor Remahoun is the insistence on solidarity as the family at the family level. So in a sense, we see this sort of bifurcation where at the state level, people see the state as having done very little, and the little that was done as being ineffective. But in a sense, people are sort of saved by forms of familial solidarity that in a sense bail people out of what was a very tough situation. Professor Lukoshi is very interesting because he doesn't fall in either direction, but he's very clear that we should be very careful with the solidarity that we face as Africans. As you know, we have been convened everywhere. There is Saudi Africa, Turkey Africa, China Africa, US Africa. Everyone wants us for some reason that I don't understand. And that's when you get so many invitations, you have to sort of be careful. So in a sense, distancing is problematic, but we also have to be clear. We also have to be careful about forms of conviviality whose motivation we are not very, very clear about. Now, temporality. I mean, time is something that I think all of the authors speak about. In a sense, there is some sort of convergence because there is there is a lot of interest in the future, okay? In the future as the beyond now. But Professor Remaun's presentation is also interesting because it deals a lot with what you can think of as the present or the quotidian. So these people facing all of these challenges that are sort of being weighed down by, like the intricacies of the everyday. How can they project themselves to think about the future? So is the future a privilege that only some can afford? Because, I mean, in a sense, we are always being told to think about the future, project into the future. And the assumption often is that the world is flat, everyone can do it. And those who don't do it should be encouraged to do it. But is it really a privilege that only some can afford? Are some being weighed down so much by the present that in a sense they can't project it into the future? One of the interesting things that I found in all of the presentations is, in a sense, there is this understanding of time as sort of warped, in a sense, especially when we think about African societies, African countries, we are in these dynamics that, in a sense, are new, but also repetitive. And we see this in all of the presentations. Repetitive in the sense that we are being faced with crises that look very dissimilar, but fundamentally raise just questions about our autonomy, about our independence, about the ways in which we manage our relationships with others. Basically, the extent to which we can sort of define our own lives. That, whether it's in terms of pandemics and epidemics that are very repetitive, or whether it's, this repeated call to relate with others, we are being, that challenge is being posed to us. And it's not very clear that, in a sense, we are always learning from the lessons of the past. So we are in this, I would want to call it a cycle, but in a sense, we are sort of we are sort of caught in the same dynamics that keep presenting themselves in different ways. Disruptions, what are they good for? There is an extent to which we can think of our work and, our not just our work, but our being as inherently tied to disruptions and crises as scholars. Because as scholars, there is a sense in which we are called on to sort of impose order on is multiple crises that define everyday life. And crises at various levels. But how do we do that? We do that by categorizing things, by simplifying things, by seeking explanations. All of these things sort of tend to fix. They fix and render legible, transparent, things that are in a lot of flux. It's about change, but this change is even more problematic because sometimes there are different types of change that are, like Professor Olukoshi was, and you see that in the talk of Professor Remaun as also. She's talking about health crisis, but then there are all these questions of social inequalities, hierarchies, the question of the state. So it's really a mess. And our job, think about writing a book, think about writing an article. It's about taking all of this mess and making order out of it. So our job par excellence is the production of order out of crisis or disruptions. But on the other hand, and for me, this is very interesting, our job also is the creation of crisis, right? Our job is the creation of crisis in the sense that society is doing exactly what we are trying to do, which is that human beings are not necessarily very good at living with disruption. So our quotidian, what Professor Remaun was talking about at the level of, the family facing COVID-19, they are quarantined, their kids can't go to school and all of that. It is to sort of manage this. The Francophones speak of it as gérer la quotidienne, gérer le quotidien. It's about creating some sort of order out of like this craziness, okay? And this can be great. It's just that this labor is sort of permeated by, I shouldn't say permeated. It is sort of anchored in all sorts of inequalities. And I think when Professor Lukoshi talked about the importance of our sort of being at the table and having an equal voice, okay? So we know about the inequalities that define the work that we do, okay? I mean, I don't want to say a lot about this, but there are scholars here that have written about the intellectual division of labor that often always relegates African scholars to that data collection, theorizing is done elsewhere and by others, and the ways in which, you folks write your nice works, but no one cites them. Instead, they will cite someone who has cited you, and that person will become famous. There are all sorts of ways in which this work of creating order out of these disruptions is sort of weighted with inequalities. And I think our work, especially as African scholars, has to be the creation of a crisis out of the normality that those who are powerful try to impose. Not just create, but impose, okay? So when we think about, Professor Lukoshi talked a lot about democracy, for example, what it is. Yeah, it is our job to create a crisis out of a world in which people want to get us to believe that democracy is something that is no longer a question for debate. We sort of know what it is, we know what it does, we know all the good things it will produce if we follow it. And there is only one version. So our job is to pose that question. If it's a question of human rights, our job, again, as subalterns, in a sense, is to sort of muddy the waters in a situation where people want to convince us that things are very, very clear. There are good people and there are bad people there. You know the good people, you know the bad people. And the problems that we have in the world is this monumental clash between the two, and try to be on the right side of history. It is our job as scholars from our continent to sort of muddy the waters again. So create a crisis, disrupt these circulations of knowledge that are weighted with inequality and in a sense are being imposed, in various ways. Again, there is a work of citation, there is a politics of citation, there is also the politics of funding, you know, and it's not just, there is a politics of which questions are seen as valid questions that should be posed. And there is a question of methodologies that are seen as appropriate. There is also the question of the forms of knowledge that we see as valid. So you may write your stuff, no one will quote it, and people will tell you, well, you can't quote that because it's gray literature. Why is it gray literature? Because it wasn't published in this or that journal. Okay, the person who read your gray literature, or I don't know, your green or blue literature, and then published something in that journal will get published, will get tenured, will get all sorts of grants. While you who did most of the work, who did all of the work, doesn't get all of those credits. So I think in a sense, our work as scholars from the South, again, is to sort of pose these questions. And I think, you know, the three panelists have done well, par excellence, in the sense that they have sort of muddied these waters at various levels, with Professor Lukoshi at the geopolitical level, with Professor Remaun at the national level, dealing with the social effects of a pandemic, and with Professor Rashid, in line with a lot of the work that he has done. Again, at the level of the confluence of social sciences, social science and medicine, and looking at the ways in which we sort of produce these epidemics and pandemics, and the ways in which they are immersed in politics. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Ato Onoma, for the points you raised. Your role was so difficult after three brilliant speakers. So I would like to ask someone of the Secretariat, how much time do we have for the discussion? Is anybody there? No? So let's go on. I would like.
Can I suggest, I'm sorry, can I suggest that we take maybe 10 more minutes? 10 more minutes. We've passed the time that was supposed to be 4 p.m. So maybe you can take 15 minutes. So sorry, I said 10 or 15, 10 minutes. With the understanding that 15 will be fine.
To open the floor.
I'd like to thank the three speakers for the various angles from which they tackle this problem. Between Ebola and this last one, or even current one, as one of the speakers reminded us, there were rumors. And I'd like to put rumors in brackets, that these two were created specifically, if possible, to minimize, if not eliminate, the African population of the world. The information was mostly carried in the social media and was never really taken up in the formal discussions at the level of governments, of our public health ministries. But we have to remind ourselves that between Nazi Germany and the almost successful elimination of the indigenous people in the Western world, biological warfare played a very major role. I wonder what the scientific community and the general population may have been saying, if anything at all, during the time of the Nazi operations. Is it possible, just possible, that some of those so-called rumors might have any basis in truth? That's a question. I'd like to suggest that perhaps we may want to consider, as a social science and humanities community of scholars, the need at this point for us to engage our colleagues in the sciences. Should they not feel a need to investigate some of these claims, even if they thought they were rumors? From where I'm coming, it takes me directly back to African traditions of knowledge. And I still hold, because of where I grew up and what I have seen with my own eyes, I've heard with my own ears, I have no doubt at all that most of what we describe with our knowledge systems as juju is actually scientific knowledge, but held back for various reasons. Some of us come from communities where we may have seen that the farmers on the farms are often bitten by snakes, and they never die of the snake bite. Have we bothered to find out why so? I'd like to suggest that perhaps we should not be so quick in dismissing these things as rumors and just move on with what we've been doing all along. An earlier point raised by Professor Olukoshi with regard to the United Nations. If the unlikely happens and Africa was granted a permanent place on the Security or Insecurity Council, how are we going to decide on our representation? Some suggestions are already being made by, towards the Africa Union. Does Africa has a union along the lines that say Nkrumah was thinking of? A final point which never came up, but I'd like to flag it. There has been a long-standing movement towards reparations. There's a reparations movement. And I'm aware of recent developments in which we suggest that perhaps one of these days there might be a surprise offer to offer as something for the injustices inherent in the system of slavery. What should be the form of the reparations and who should get what? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will take only 3 of you, and I will see if the Secretariat will allow us more time. Yes, you first, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Simala. I'm from Kenya. I would like to pick up from where Professor Nyido has left. Actually, he's taken words out of my mouth, but I will repeat for purposes of emphasis. And this is as regards our reimagining and our rethinking and reimagining African futures. Like Professor Rashid said, I mean, the idea that there were fewer deaths on the continent as a result of COVID pandemic, there are rumors, like Professor says, that it's because of indigenous knowledge system. That's what saved us. So as a community, Codesria, Professor Olukosh talked about investment in research. How much have we invested in researching indigenous knowledge systems on the continent as social scientists and scholars of humanities? 2 questions that I'm grappling with, and I would invite Professor Olukoshi to help me think through them. The first question is the language question. When you are talking about interpreting people, when you are talking about understanding China or any other community vis-a-vis African development, the challenges we are facing, be it development, conflict, poverty, environment, climate change, all these issues. when you're talking about interpretation, you're talking about language, you're talking about texts, you're talking about discourses, we are talking about narratives and metaphors. You're talking about a people's identity, you're talking about a people's culture, which is embedded in language. Is it not possible that as a community, we have not invested enough in the language question on the continent? And again, I would go back to what Professor Nyindo has talked about. What about indigenous languages vis-a-vis other languages, African languages, but they are not really local languages? The last question is about the youth question. And really, what is the place of the youth in Codesria, the youth in our communities, the youth in our countries, the youth on the continent? Really, have we done enough in terms of trying to harvest the youth dividend, the so-called youth dividend, in terms of African futures? What are we doing about this? Because I believe these are key issues that will define our futures as a community of scholars and as a continent. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, I'm actually going to yield my time back to the panelists because the 10 minutes we were given are already over, so I'm going to yield back.
Thank you very much to the panelists. My question is for Professor Rashid, and you talked about the epistemics of disease and race. And I'm curious how we can further nuance and contextualize that in thinking about the differential impact, for example, of COVID-19 on African Americans and other people of color in the United States, in a context like the United States, where they were 2 to 3 times more likely to be hospitalized or die of COVID-19 versus here in the African continent, where the expectations or the fears that people had about how the pandemic was going to ravage Africa kind of like didn't really pan out. So my question is, how can we further contextualize, what you describe as the ontology of Blackness and in relation to the racialization of disease and how those operate in contexts? Thank you.
Linked to the question which was asked by the professor. Among diasporans, the idea of the pandemic, I think, refocused attention on Africa in a different way. And I'm wondering about the diaspora in this conversation, but more certainly, I'm wondering about the reparations movement, which has grown in strength in the Caribbean. Persons like Hilary Beckles thinks that it is the watchword of the 21st century somewhat, and is of the impression that the African intellectual has somewhat disattended to it as an important organizing strategy for us going forward. Fora like Commonwealth, Secretariat, and all of that can be better used to galvanize that conversation. So I'm curious as to whether that could be perceived as one of the new creations, the Black Lives Matter amplifying, etc. Thank you.
Thank you. This is the first round. I will ask the speakers to comment or to respond, so we will have another round. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you, Ato, for your interrogation of the presentations. I just want to pick one aspect of your observation about the uses to which disruptions can be put, particularly with regard to the muddying of the waters in the context of the asymmetries of knowledge, which we have been dealing with for a very long time. And I would agree completely with you that that muddying, which in part in my own language, I called the contestation, the protest element in the trilogy of intellectual responses, is something which I think we have done fairly effectively. But it seems to me that we also are at a point where it is no longer sufficient simply to muddy the waters, but to begin to think of ways in which we can construct new frames, really coming to the points at which you ended, new methodologies around which we pose questions. See, I mean, we spent too much time, in a certain sense, also being reactive in our scholarship. And much of what we've done in Codesria substantially has fallen into that category of responding, of correcting, of educating, of enlightening, of interpreting. From the early historians who had to deal with such stupid questions as whether Africa had history or not, you know, with some clown sitting in London and promoting himself to the status of a professor and saying Africa had no history before the arrival of the first European. Now, we respond to that and spend an entire generation proving that you have a history. Something is lost in that process. And it took almost 3 decades of that nationalist historiography for the likes of Temu and Swai from the Dar es Salaam School to begin to say, okay, over and above that, we need to begin to ask other questions about our history beyond what has been framed for us. So there is a certain sense in which muddying the water for too long can also reproduce the same power that we are seeking to defeat and limiting us in that regard. And it's part of what I think we need to push as the next agenda. That's why I say that, you know, what does democracy mean? What does citizenship mean? What does sovereignty mean? And these have to be interpreted and framed in the context of where we are coming to, but also coming from, but also the aspirations of where we want to go ultimately. It takes a boldness of a certain kind of boldness of scholarship, I think, to move beyond that reactivity into a new way of framing questions that respond to our contexts and circumstances much more effectively. But otherwise, I associate completely with your observations about the important role which disruptions can play, and to see them also in terms of the opportunities which they provide us. And I think there is opportunity in the moment that we are traversing on a global scale to put new agendas on the table. The question of the United Nations and who speaks for Africa, assuming we are offered the Security Council role. I actually take the position that we should stop asking for a voice in the United Nations and simply ask for a new international organizational framework. This order has run its course. Where's the United Nations for the Palestinian? Every principle that the UN represents is being wantonly violated. And getting a seat on the Security Council quite apart from the fact that even among some of the big powers in the system today, from China to Russia to the European Union, there's actually a lot of thinking of what might replace the United Nations already. And we need to have that kind of forward-looking thinking to say, what kind of new global organizational framework? You want to reform the World Bank and the IMF, have a greater vote in it, but without changing the content of the kind of policies that they drive, it will probably not change anything at the end of the day. So again, there I want to push the boundaries and invite us to push the boundaries to begin to imagine what a new world order that is anchored on equality and reflective of all of humanity can look like. And it may be that at the end we are talking of a new organization in which nobody has the right to exercise a veto over anything that concerns all of us. I think, Simala, you answered the questions yourself in many respects. It's been your lifelong vocation to push the African Academy to pay much more close attention to the importance of indigenous languages and the experiments which we have seen and some of the results which you have published on the way in which, for example, instances where investments have been made in promoting local language, in knowledge production, in instruction and the like have been salutary, not just to the nation building agenda, but also the project of development is probably something which needs to be generalized. But in the context of geopolitics, what I think is worrisome is that you find everyday evidence of, for example, a massive investment by China in African languages, of Chinese who are encouraged with state support to learn Swahili, to learn Hausa, to learn Yoruba, to speak Zulu, to dress even the way our peoples dress traditionally. You find, in spite of everything that may be going on in the UK, a massive investment in language services, right? All of a sudden, the BBC is interested in broadcasting, even in Creole, even in Pidgin English, and that I think should tell us something as a people. To the extent to which we have Africans who are investing themselves, for example, in understanding Chinese, Mandarin, in order to be able to follow conversations in the scholarly community in China. It is done almost as a personal vocation. A lot more business people, in my understanding, African traders and business people, are speaking more of Mandarin than we have had among scholars. Even our Confucius institutes that are set up by the Chinese as part of their cultural counter-offensive are not really churning out people who are adept with the language as to be able to invest. And I think this is where we also need to pay some close attention. Jalani, good to see you. Last month, on the 27th and 28th, if I'm not mistaken, of November, Ghana hosted a reparations summit, which also brought people like David Commission to Accra in a big conversation around reviving the political and intellectual interest in the global reparations movement. And although it is true that, especially after the effort which was led by the late MKO Abiola, you might remember in the days of the OAU, Abiola became the champion, formally designated by the OAU of the reparations campaign. And then the Berlin Wall collapsed and the AU was formed and the reparations agenda kind of left the front burner. We, I think, are witnessing a major effort which is being made, first to catch up with the Caribbean, which, as you said, is far advanced on this question. And then from there to begin to see how we can make this one of the key elements in the negotiation of a new world order. I think the case is a strong one, an impeccable one. What is going to be done with the reparations funds, assuming the monies were paid out, and how will they be distributed? I think this is where, again, the Pan-African question becomes particularly important on our continent. Because if in the end, the reparations resources are going to be treated in the same way as we have treated aid, so to speak, we are simply going to have another wasted opportunity, in my view. It seems to me that a collective approach, a Pan-African fund, collectively owned by the countries of the continent, might be one of the steps that we could take in that direction. Thank you, Chair.
Oui, merci. Il n'y a pas eu de questions directes, mais j'interviendrai sur 2 ou 3 points. Alors là, le premier point, c'est que on vit dans un contexte en fait de reflux de liberté, mais avec paradoxalement une grande mobilisation de la société civile pour l'égalité et la justice. Et on l'a vu à travers le monde, et ça, c'est paradoxal par rapport à une gestion autoritaire des États démocratiques, notamment dans l'Occident. Et nous sommes également interpellés, il me semble qu'il y a une accélération d'un vécu de mal-être. Je ne sais pas si vous le sentez, où on ne se sent plus à l'aise avec les cadres dominants d'interprétation des faits. On est mal à l'aise. Donc, on est face à une situation où il nous faut produire quelque chose pour comprendre la situation dans laquelle on est. Et c'est pour ça qu'avec notre collègue qui a abordé à partir de 3 points, les inégalités, la solidarité, la temporalité, pour réfléchir dans le futur, réfléchir au futur africain passe d'abord par une connaissance et un décryptage, à mon sens, qui n'est pas encore fait, de nos sociétés, qui exigent au moins 3 éléments. Un financement interne, national, de la recherche, qui suppose un contexte, un climat, qui est celui des libertés académiques, et qui suppose, du point de vue matériel, un dispositif institutionnel, pas simplement une administration qui abrite la recherche. Alors, au moment même où les universités sont victimes d'une massification sans égale, dont tout le monde en a discuté également à table, où l'université est sommée de changer, y compris dans ses modes de transmission de savoir, en usant d'une technologie qui n'est pas encore maîtrisée, dans certains pays d'utiliser des langues qui elles-mêmes ne sont pas maîtrisées. Alors, quid de l'avenir? Mais vraiment, quid de l'avenir dans ce contexte-là où finalement la pandémie a approfondi les inégalités et mettre maintenant au cœur de notre réflexion, comme on l'a fait dans les années 90, mais on est dans un contexte totalement différent, ce sont les universités et leur production. Voilà, merci.
Thank you very much. There are 3 issues that I'm going to try to respond to very quickly. The first that was asked by a colleague right at the top about nuancing the ontologies of race and how it operated in the United States. To the extent as we see, I mean, peoples of African descent or Black people died at a higher rate than other ethnicities or demographies in North America. And to put that into conversation with the lack of sort of large-scale death that we see, it's interesting because there is never a straightforward interaction between race and the other forces in society. Never a straightforward relationship. And we're talking about race at this particular point in time is operating really within a neoliberal capitalist system. So one way in which you get to and you understand what was happening in North America, especially the United States, with the racial indicators, is to look at structurally how capitalism functions in the United States and how race, class, and gender sometimes intersects, and who are at the bottom at that structural ladder that is produced by capitalism. It is unsurprising that Black people died at much higher rates because of a number of factors. So one easiest set of proxies you can use is to use what epidemiologists or public health specialists call the social indicators of health. And nearly all of the social indicators of health, the positive ones in the social indications are indicators in which Black people perform relatively badly on. If you look at the negative social indicators, those are social indicators that act against Black people. So access to housing, access to health, the kinds of jobs that they have, the kind of support that they have. So that shows you the way in which, in a structure, in a system like that, how the ontology of race plays out. The second element that I was sort of thinking about in terms of when you extrapolate some aspects of that social indicators of how it played out in the Black experience in the United States is, why did COVID spread so widely? And who were the people who were most susceptible to COVID in the United States? So there is one group that you can sort of take out, which were the first group through which COVID ravaged through, that are elderly people, because they were immobile and because they were in places where COVID broke out first, and it was very difficult and given their stage in life. The second reason why, the second group of people that were affected by COVID, two sets of people. One were people who worked in the care industry, people who cared for other people. We all know what the caring industry looks like in the West, not so? We all know what it looks like. A lot of nurses, a lot of caregivers, your relatives and my relatives, most of them who go to the West, guess where they work? They work in taking care of older people and sick people there. This is what we Black people do, mostly in Europe and mostly in the West. We know that. If we don't think we know that, then the secret is out. If you ask the majority of your relatives to work in the care industry, which means that these were the people who are the frontline workers, and therefore, in terms of the way this disease is spread, were people who, until you got full protections, were the people who are most susceptible to COVID outbreaks. If you add relatives who are in the care industry, 1 out of probably 2 or 3 chances they contracted COVID during the COVID period. I have relatives who worked as caregivers, and nearly all of them got COVID because of the situation that they worked in. The second reason why you add that impact was, guess what? They also work in relatively low-paying service industries in the city. They were the last public-facing people to be out. Those who are middle class, those who could work at home, those whose offices were their computers in front of them, guess what? The indicators show that these were the groups of people that probably had the least rate of infection because they were the least socially mobile in the city. So in terms of nuancing how the ontologies of race plays out, if you follow the thread through slavery, post-slavery society, and the way in which contemporary neoliberal Western societies are structured, and we know that is most of our people who are emigrating, either legally or illegally, tend to emigrate to what one could call socioeconomically the bottom of Western society. That's how race plays out. In Africa, with Ebola, Ebola became, again, a disease in which class and location played a very important part. The people who were mostly affected by Ebola were not your middle and upper classes. The people who were most affected by Ebola were your urban poor and your rural poor. You could check the statistics. So that was the other way. The last point that I want to make about how the ontologies of race played out. Precisely one of the reasons that made COVID circulate through the West so rapidly. It's argued that it's some of those reasons that mediated the spread of COVID in our society. That is social mobility. People in the West tend to be incredibly more mobile than people in Africa, especially in terms of their movement. It's not that people are not mobile. And this is, there is no racial dimension to that. There's a socio-economic dimension to that. If you sit in planes around the world, except you're coming to Africa, the people who have the most freedom to travel in the world are the wealthier parts of the world. This is a reality. It's not calling out any racial group. The reality is people who are much more wealthier, people who have much more available resources tend to move around a lot. So part of the dynamics was that when you look at the networks of connections of movement in the world, it is not surprising that some of the parts of the world where the COVID epidemic tend to be much more higher, where the world where you had great social mobility. That doesn't take a genius to explain. Last question that I want to respond, Professor Hyodo. The issue that you raised is a very interesting issue. That's why I ended up is thinking about new methodologies and thinking about bio, as you said, and what you said, Atto, about the kind of normative order in which we are functioning in. So we function in disciplines. We function in environments in which, in those disciplines and in those environments and in those institutions, it's not that we don't produce valuable knowledge. We produce valuable knowledge. It's that we don't contribute to knowledge. We contribute to those knowledge. But most of the methodologies, at the end of the day, in terms of most of the processes or the methods, epistemological methods that determine what is true or what is accepted as social truth, is not always determined in Africa or the South, because most of those methodologies, most of those disciplines are not disciplines that originate with us. They do not fundamentally come out of our realities. They are shaped elsewhere. We adopt them, and then we expect them to speak to truth about our lives. In saying this, I am not saying that all of the disciplines or all of the methodologies that exist are not important and do not generate truths about us, about all groups of people that we should be concerned about. But if you think about particular methodologies, let's think about anthropology. Anthropology was developed to study the other. It wasn't developed to study Europeans. It was to study Africans. So it was a discipline created for us. Economics, as we know it and as it evolved, came from studying the emergence of the capitalist liberal world. It didn't come from studying us. So in other words, what I'm saying is that when you mentioned about existing African knowledge, then where is our boldness to come and to say, this is how we want to organize knowledge? Because the organization of knowledge is not simply a scientific process, it's a cultural process. It's a cultural process. The way we organize knowledge is not simply based on science. Is based on culture and the way we look at our society and the way we expect our society to respond to particular bodies of knowledge. So why don't we harness that and organize our knowledge? And that takes up the question that you raised about rumors and allegations or statements or information about the creation of disease and the circulation of particular disease. And I'm going to end up with this rhetorical question. Which one organization, which one body, or which one state in Africa picked up that and said, this is tremendously important. This is a major claim. It's a major claim about humanity. It's a major claim about our security. It's a major claim about us and in the world, and said that we are going to follow this to the end. I ended that one.
Thank you very much. Only more 3 direct questions. The gentleman was the first one. Yes. Coming. Sorry, we have to close the panel.
Yep.
I'm so sorry. Thank you very much to the speakers and discussants. It was a wonderful panel. It's a pity that we don't have time. Maybe we can raise some of the questions in the other sessions. Thank you very, very much.
Trop parler. Il faut une communication, il faut une nouvelle.
Sorry, so tea will be served in the same place where you had it in the morning. So you just please go up and then right. Now, yeah. Oh, we'll be here. We'll be back in 15 minutes. Let's try. Let's try. 15 minutes, hein, s'il vous plaît. Sorry? What's the topic for the next? Oh, it's not. There is a topic. I think it's 4 to 6. The wrong program. Oui, on revient ici.
Excuse me, just for your information, we are having a final panel starting in a few minutes, in about 15 minutes. So let's go for tea break and then come back for the final panel.
Sí.
Allô, allô. Hi, Lilian, can you please hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
What test with you before the session starts, please? Can you switch on your mic?
Sorry, I can hear you.
And then speak, please. Hi, Lilian, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Lilian, can you see that you are speaking, but I cannot hear you? Can you please speak, please?
I can hear you. Can you hear me? I can hear you.
Okay, Lilian, can you please speak?
I can hear you, but it's not your sound is not good enough. Can you hear me? Sorry? Can you hear me? I can hear you, but the sound is not good. I can hear you. I can hear you now, but the sound is not good enough.
Yes, we can hear you.
Now, lasting for 50 years is a major accomplishment for any NGO around the world. For pedestrian, it is a testament to its mission, effectiveness, and commitment of partners and stakeholders within and outside of Africa. Pedestrian's special place in the Pan-African and global scientific and scholarly landscape has been tirelessly cultivated. Leadership, staff, and relevant communities. So we congratulate all of you, and we congratulate Pedestria for all that it has accomplished half a century, and send our best wishes for the next half a century.
There's a speech from someone, but I think the sound. Can you speak now?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, now I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Is the sound good at your side?
Yes, when there was this panel, I could hear everyone well. The previous panel.
Sorry? You're going to speak on the next panel that will start in less than 10 minutes.
Okay. Is it possible to share the screen?
Yes, you can try to share your screen so I can, please try so I can check.
Can you see it?
You can, yes, we can see it, yes, on the big screen. Do you
Okay.
need to activate your camera?
Yes.
Yes, please turn on your camera and please launch the Japorama mode.
They say that I cannot turn on. I
You
can.
have two screens. Yes, please. Yes,
Yeah,
that's
but
good.
I cannot start the video because I think the has stopped it.
You need to show a video.
No. I'm just saying now I can't. So it's you can see my screen, but you cannot see my face because I cannot activate the video.
It's okay. I think before you show your screen, you can just activate your
Okay.
your camera at the beginning, and then you switch it off and turn on the PowerPoint.
All right.
So everything is okay now.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. See you. You can just be online.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Program at Carnegie Corporation of New York. Greetings to pedestrian and the participants of this special General Assembly. I am of the International Program at Carnegie Corporation of New York. On behalf of the corporation's trustees, President Dame, greetings to pedestrian and the participants of this special General Assembly. I am Diana Arsenian, Vice President of the International Program at Carnegie Corporation of New York. On behalf of the corporation's trustees, President Dame Louise Richardson, and the staff of the Higher Education and Research in Africa Program Area, I congratulate Cadastria for this significant half-a-century milestone. Now, lasting for 50 years is a major accomplishment for any NGO around the world. For Cadastria, it is a testament to its mission, effectiveness, and commitment of partners and stakeholders within and outside of Africa. Cadastria's special place in the Pan-African and global scientific and scholarly landscape has been tirelessly cultivated by institutions' leadership, staff, and relevant communities. So we congratulate all of you, and we congratulate Cadastria for all that it has accomplished over the past half a century, and send our best wishes for the next half a century and more to come. Thank you. Greetings to Cadastria and the participants of this special General Assembly. I am Diana Arsenian, Vice President of the International Program at Carnegie Corporation of New York. On behalf of the corporation's trustees, President Dame Louise Richardson, and the staff of the Higher Education and Research in Africa Program Area, I congratulate Cadastria for this significant half-a-century milestone. Now, lasting for 50 years is a major accomplishment for any NGO around the world. For Cadastria, it is a testament to its mission, effectiveness, and commitment of partners and stakeholders within and outside of Africa. Cadastria's special place in the Pan-African and global scientific and scholarly landscape has been tirelessly cultivated by institutions' leadership, staff, and relevant communities. So we congratulate all of you, and we congratulate Cadastria for all that it has accomplished over the past half a century, and send our best wishes for the next half a century and more to come. Thank you.
Per Godwin, Executive Secretary of Cadastria, dear colleagues and friends, all protocol observed. I first apologize for my not being able to be with you on this great occasion of the celebration of the 50th anniversary of Cadastria. Since its inception, I have been associated with Cadastria. Cadastria has played a decisive role in the rise and consolidation of African social science for liberation of a continent. Through different and varying topics and themes, Cadastria has investigated the dynamic of African societies and politics. Seminars, general assemblies, publications, the bulletin, all this has contributed to shaping the identity of Cadastria as a champion in the field of social science research in Africa. I myself owe my intellectual and scientific trajectory to Cadastria. The achievement of Cadastria have been realized through the dedication of a number of colleagues, chiefly among them the late Samir Amin, Tandika Mokandavire, may they rest in peace. But also Bayo Olukoshi, and of course, Abdallah Bunhura. But those executive secretaries have been able to achieve their work through their dedication, thanks to the support of the administrative and technical staff over the years. I would like, on the occasion of this 50th anniversary, express my gratitude and my heartfelt congratulations to all. And I call on all the new generation of researchers to keep the torch alight. A luta continua. Thank you.
Greetings to Cadastria and the participants of this special General Assembly. I am Diana Arsenian, Vice President of the International Program at Carnegie Corporation of New York. On behalf of the corporation's trustees, President Dame Louise Richardson, and the staff of the Higher Education and Research in Africa program area, I congratulate Cadastria for this significant half-a-century milestone. Now, lasting for 50 years is a major accomplishment for any NGO around the world. For Cadastria, it is a testament to its mission, effectiveness, and commitment of partners and stakeholders within and outside of Africa. Cadastria's special place in the Pan-African and global scientific and scholarly landscape has been tirelessly cultivated by institutions' leadership, staff, and relevant communities. So we congratulate all of you, and we congratulate Cadastria for all that it has accomplished over the past half a century, and send our best wishes for the next half a century and more to come. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you, everybody. So those were two messages from Diana Arsenian from the Carnegie Corporation, New York, and the second message was from Abdoulaye Bachili, who is a special representative of the UN Secretary General to Libya. We're still waiting for the chair of the panel. Oh, he's here. Okay, so without further ado, we'll listen to the final panel for the day. And we are very squeezed for time. Yeah, thank you very much.
I know that you've had a very long day, and that the small subject of reparations merits a quick discussion in the final session of the day. What I'm going to do is ask two of my panelists. I have one panelist that's joining online. I just want to make sure that that panelist is still joining. What we've agreed is I will ask each of the panelists briefly introduce themselves, give us top lines of the subject in 5 minutes, and then having done so, I will ask 1 or 2 questions, then we'll come to the audience because we'd already started in the previous sessions a discussion on reparations. As Professor Adebayo Olukoshi already hinted in the earlier session, there have been 12 reparations initiatives led out of Africa, and at least 8 of those were by the OAU and championed in between by the late MK or Abiola. These initiatives went to the extent of getting heads of state resolutions, and also to the extent of setting up an eminent persons group. Professor Bacheli, Madame Grasa Machel, and some people that I saw in this room were part of that eminent persons group. But by way of framing this session, it's being in Gorée Island or being close to Gorée Island. Many people go there for tourist reasons. Many people go to Cape Coast in Ghana for tourist reasons. And many people go to Robben Island in South Africa for tourist reasons. I think for the purposes of this conversation, let's agree that these are crime sins of mass atrocities, as a first thing. The second thing is to be clear that the reparations being talked about by the current movements, that's linking Africa, the Caribbean, Latin America, Europe, Asia Pacific, are reparations for the following: reparations for the enslavement of Africans and the racialized chattel slavery, reparations for colonialism, and reparations for apartheid, because it's useful that we talk about them in those entities. Why? In the sense that they speak to three things. The question of the historical factor that what became revolts or rebellions against white colonialism or European colonialism was actuated by grievances relating to forcible expropriation of property by way of imposition of taxes, by way of dispossession of land, by way, if you were the Khoi and the San in South Africa, dispossession of cattle. So there is an economic dimension to reparations. If you think about the Caribbean that we'll hear about, white needs, white greed, white convenience, and white fragilities coincided into forming some of the wealthiest land and sugar barons in Europe, in the United Kingdom. So the link between slavery and the later stage colonialism and industrialization is one that I think that the speakers will allude to. Lastly, I just wanted us to keep in mind that slavery, the reparations is not just about compensation. Reparations is guaranteeing non-recurrence. Reparations is not just looking at the local experience. Reparations is looking at the global system that sustained it. And that global system anchored on white supremacy, but on global division of labor and etc. I'm not a speaker today, so I will not get into my usual conversations about repair. But I wanted perhaps as a teaser, as I turn first to you, Ali, you know, it's almost inevitable and given that in our conversations, even Black people themselves don't seem to believe that the Black body is worthy of repair, unless it is in the service of capital. So the same Black people who can get workman's compensation are not seen as deserving of repair. That's number one. Number two, that each time people want to make a claim, they are told it'll suffer from statutes of limitations. That means the offender wishes or insists that their own law be applied to judge atrocities that they created and committed against the other. And then three, people seem to believe that a lot of time has passed and therefore it is indeterminate. It's difficult for us to tell how best to do this in a logical manner. For some reason, that the harm and the hurt that our people suffer should be erased or can be erased, and yet the harm and the hurt that others suffer is not possible to erase. So I'm going to start with you to frame the CARICOM has gone further than most in its reparations endeavors. And then I'm going to come to you, James, as a lawyer who's looking at the link between climate, the global financial architecture, the local experience within Africa, to tell us your take on these issues? Was it systemic? And if so, and Lillian, you've been doing very specific emblematic cases, looking at cases of dispossession under the colonial system. Many of you know this because you've done the studies. There was rampant rape of Black women by, whether you call it the colonialists and within the slave plantations and elsewhere. And when this happened, the mixed race children were forcibly taken away from their mothers, amongst other things. And Lillian, you've also been looking at the campaigns, the Belgian reparations, and the recent campaigns in Europe. So I'll ask that you reflect on this. So don't assume that all of us work on reparations, but also don't assume that we don't know. What is the reparation struggle that Hilary Beckles says is the most important social justice question of the 21st century? What is it? And how can it galvanize us as a collective? And James, is there any basis? Is this just a fuzzy emotional appeal? And Lillian, where do you situate women, the bodies of women and the intellect of women in their diversity and wholeness in this conversation? And where do you situate young people? Because you've been asking critical questions about young people. So take your 7 minutes, and then we'll come to the audience.
Thank you very much, Brian. And I will try to do justice in the 7 minutes. I bring you warm and fraternal greetings from a very small island in the Caribbean called Grenada, population of approximately 110,000 people. I know it can probably stay in a village somewhere close by. Allow me, as I begin, to congratulate Codestri on his 50th anniversary and to thank you so much for that invitation that you've extended to the CARICOM Reparations Commission. CARICOM is sort of the equivalent of what you have as the African Union. So the CARICOM speaks of the nations that come together as a Caribbean community. And to thank you for Codestri for all the warm and the proper arrangements that have been made to facilitate my presence here and to speak at your conference. Of course, the fact that reparation now is a subject at your esteemed conference means that we are going places. Now, just to land basically what we speak of when we speak of reparations and where we are in the Caribbean, reparations really speak to repair. Repair for the damage caused. And we, in the Caribbean, by first of all, what we refer to as indigenous Holocaust or indigenous genocide, the Atlantic slave trade and slavery. When we speak of indigenous genocide or indigenous Holocaust, and you heard me right, because so many times when we speak of Holocaust, we only refer to one people. But they were the first peoples of the Caribbean, first settlers of the Caribbean that we refer to as the Amerindians, the Arawaks and the Kalinagos and so on. And they were basically exterminated, killed out by the European invaders who took their lands and from there came to Africa and kidnapped and traded human beings, Africans or African ancestors as slaves. So when we speak of reparations, we begin with our first settlers of the Caribbean, our indigenous people, first peoples. Then we continue with the Atlantic slave trade and the horrors that our forefathers experienced by being kidnapped, by being treated as human beings. Just recently, you would have learned or read or heard that Lloyd's Insurance in the United Kingdom, they have made some offer, which we do not consider as reparations, of some 50 million pounds to development of people, descendants of the formerly enslaved. When we speak of the Atlantic slave trade, you have to appreciate that the cargo of human beings were insured by insurance companies in the United Kingdom, Lloyd's of London, who made millions and millions of profits. So we speak of indigenous genocide, the Atlantic slave trade, and of course, chattel enslavement. Now, this issue of chattel slavery is the legal determination that enslaved Africans were non-human, was an invention of Europeans within the Caribbean colonies. The denial of the human identity of Africans and their economic and social usage as property. So that when we speak of chattel slavery, the black bodies were considered to be property, as your shirt, your pants, your car, your house, to be bought and sold and to be traded. And that, of course, in time would have led to the superiority complex of the whites and the inferiority complex of black people. So that racism, in a real sense, that we experience now is by no means an accident. Then we can get to the issue of emancipation without reparations. Now, the British, they would have passed legislation in Barbados, for instance, in 1636, which deemed all enslaved Africans as the property of the purchasers and heirs forever. In 1661, this legal principle was fully developed in the first of a series of slave codes in the form of acts for the governance of Negroes. And to add insult to injury, we would have heard about the Abolition Act or the Emancipation Act. That act was one of the most deceptive bits of legislation passed by the British Parliament, because what it did was, one, to officially recognize enslaved Africans as non-humans and to reaffirm their legal status as property. Two, to pay property compensation as a form of financial reparations to enslavers. And three, to exclude any and all forms of payments of reparations to the emancipated. And four, and to sustain the social and economic structures of domination by the white elite. In other words, on the abolition of slavery in 1833, the British Parliament made evaluation of a loss of property to the enslavers. And they estimated that it would happen around, that the loss to the enslavers was around 47 million pounds. What did they do? They then took a loan of 20 million pounds from Rothschild Bank, a Jewish bank, to pay the enslavers. Yes, that loan they only finished pay in the year 2015. So for those persons who think that when we speak of reparations, we're speaking about centuries-old issues, we are not. We're speaking about the loan that the British took to pay the enslavers. They only finished paying that loan to Rothschild Bank in 2015. The other 27 million pounds, they concocted and designed a program called the apprenticeship period, which originally was for 10 years. But that apprenticeship period was basically forced labor of the formerly enslaved persons to give now free labor to their former slave owners. In that way, the emancipated or the formerly enslaved persons were actually contributing to paying the enslavers for their freedom in a real sense and a real manner of speaking. And that is why we say deception. The Abolition Act never contemplated compensation for the enslaved. So that, just briefly, the CARICOM Reparations Commission was initiated in 2013 by CARICOM countries. This is an initiative by heads of government of the Caribbean region. And it was that motion was moved by Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Prime Minister Ralph Gonsalves. And we are chaired by the Vice Chancellor of the University of the West Indies, the renowned Sir Hilary Beckles. Now, what we have come up with now, when we speak of reparations, a lot of our people ask how much money we getting, how much dollars my family will get or your family will get. Now, when we speak of reparations, however, we have come up with what we refer to as a 10-point plan, which is essentially a developmental plan. So we're not speaking about monies in our individual pockets or the pockets of our families. That 10-point plan is constantly on the review, and we are in the process now of reviewing it. Yes? And just briefly, just to go through it, the first point of our plan is a full formal apology. Now, here in Africa, we have different religions, Islam, Christian, and so on. Mostly in the Caribbean, we Christians. And we were taught by the same European colonizers that to get forgiveness for our sins, that we have to repent. In other words, admit that we have sinned and fall short of the glory. We are saying to the colonizers that the first step in this act of reparation is to apologize. Admit that what you have committed is crimes against humanity. And you would have heard Brian spoke of some of the crime scenes. The Caribbean plantations were essentially crime scenes that the Europeans walked away from after emancipation and then independence. The second point of our 10-point plan is repatriation. And earlier I saw my Rastafarian brother from Jamaica. In real essence, the Rastafarians in the Caribbean has remained, in a sense, the core of consciousness and the reparation movement for many years in the Caribbean, when mainstream society wouldn't accept these realities. Repatriation is saying that since we were forcibly removed from the continent, that the Europeans, they must pay the cost of returning those of us who wish to return. The third point is indigenous. Our third point on our plan is the Indigenous Peoples Development Program. I spoke about the First Peoples. They continue to be a marginalized grouping in the Caribbean. We have large Kalinago communities on the island of Dominica, and we're saying that we need a special program to empower and to develop our indigenous peoples. The fourth point, cultural institutions. The museums and libraries and so on that you see in Europe with regards to learning and teaching of chattel slavery, the Atlantic slave trade, and indigenous peoples. We do not have any of it in the Caribbean. And we believe that it is significant enough that these Europeans must fund these cultural institutions in the Caribbean so that our children will better appreciate and understand their history. Public health crisis. We speak about a pandemic, and earlier on we spoke about COVID and so on. In the Caribbean, we are afflicted maybe more than you on the continent with regards to chronic disease, hypertension, and diabetes. And we are able to trace these high percentage occurrences of these diseases as a legacy of slavery and our diet. And we are saying that these European colonizers, they must fund and address the problem of our health, of the crisis we face in our health situation in the Caribbean. Illiteracy eradication is another point that we speak of in terms of a 10-point plan. African Knowledge Program. I speak English. I do not speak Swahili or any other African language. Our languages were stripped away from us, from our ancestors, when they made that middle passage with the slave trade and then slavery. Psychological rehabilitation. That is, to us, extremely important because in the Caribbean and certainly in Africa, many of our people see the white or the lighter skin as being superior to that of the black skin and we believe it's extremely important that the education of our people in terms of being proud of ourselves and so on is something that we need to promote. Then technology transfer, with all of the latest technologies that this world is experiencing, if we in the Caribbean and Africa were able to purchase the latest technology, we would not have resources and we were never able to catch up with the more developed countries. And as such, technology transfer is an extremely important part of our developmental program. And of course, debt cancellation. The Caribbean is heavily indebted. Our debt to GDP ratio climbs 160%, 170% basically. We pay through our nostrils, through our mouths with regards to debts. We are forever indebted from the time we were given independence. And as such, as long as we continue to spend 60 or 70 cents out of every dollar to meet our debt commitment, we believe that we'll always continue to be underdeveloped. So just in wrapping up, when we speak of reparations, we speak about the repair and the harm caused by the colonial powers. the wealth exploitation and extraction from the Caribbean, and the fact that slavery and the slave trade was the fuel for the Industrial Revolution in Europe. Thank you very much, Brian.
I realize that having traveled this far, it would be unkind for me to stop you. So just two takeaways: the system of pupillage that was introduced at the point of abolition, 1823 to 1833, the decade of emancipation, essentially compensated white slave owners or enslavers for the loss of slaves who were deemed by the Barbadian laws that they had made as property. So the British took out a loan, or the colonialists, from Rostra, and that loan was being repaid until what year? 2015. And I think all of you can link this. The irony is not only were these folks compensated at the end of slavery, those of you who got independence will know that they were also compensated when you were getting your independence. So there's been a consistent system of reparations of the oppressor, the colonizer, and etc. James.
Thank you very much, Brian. What I'm going to do is just invite us to have a little bit of an analysis of the moral argument as the centerpiece of the discussion on reparations. A lot of times we talk about reparations in the form of monetary compensations and other forms of restitution. However, because the reparations movement is about consciousness, we want to raise the moral question and put the aggressors in terms of the Western nations on the back foot in terms of the moral wrong that they committed to global Africans during the slave trade. So in this context, reparative justice has been described as the restoration of a moral state of equality that was violated by the injustice of slavery. Implicit in this idea is the unjust enrichment of the West, but also the unjust impoverishment of global Africans, both in Africa and the Caribbean. Therefore, it is important for us to ensure in our struggle for reparations that we put the West to task in terms of acknowledging the moral turpitude around the issue of colonialism and slave trade as the first step. And then we build upon that to ensure that we assess what other forms of compensation can be provided. But they must first acknowledge the moral wrong that was in the construct around slavery, colonialism, and apartheid. So there is a duty among the aggressors and the perpetrators of slave trade to admit the guilt, to express remorse and apology. But the moral compass and the moral argument around ending reparations does not stop at an apology. Like we witnessed when King Charles visited Kenya recently and so on. We've had many apologies. This is not sufficient to meet the moral imperative. To meet the moral imperative, there must also be repair and atonement. I will then just quote Professor Ali Mazrui, who said that the injustices of enslavement and bondages could not have ended with formal emancipation. They can only end with the atonement of reparations. So an apology, emancipation, release of slaves, return of slaves to the motherland is only part of the journey, and reparations, where properly construed, will advance that particular journey and contribute to a holistic method of compensation. And that begins with acknowledging the moral wrong before entering modes of compensation. So there are other aspects as well that we want to look at, such as truth, compensation, debt cancellation, which obviously involves redefining Africa and the Caribbean's relationship with the multilateral development finance framework that is underpinned by the Bretton Woods institutions. So that's a very important factor when we want to consider these issues. The other factor we need to consider is the trauma that has been visited upon Africa and the Caribbean by the transatlantic slave trade, by colonialism, by apartheid. There's a lot of trauma, and there are issues of emotional justice that must be considered as part of the reparations debate. And this is being practiced by many practitioners. Those apologies, however, as we've buttressed, don't absolve Western nations for their part in slave trade. They must go further in the offer of atonement in the form of compensation, truth, healing, and as Brian said, guarantees of non-repetition. I think as well, and we were discussing this with Brian on the way here, there ought to be as well after this a discussion of an end to continued exploitation of natural resources in Africa. But some think perhaps that might be putting in too much into the reparations basket, and perhaps we should deal with the issues I discussed first, such as morality, then atonement. Now, how can we achieve this? I think we need some tools. We've got some excellent deliberations and declarations that have come out of the recent Accra meetings on reparations. We also have the Abuja Declaration, Durban Declaration, and many others that form a contemporary normative framework for a discussion on reparations and advancing the push for reparations. However, it is important that institutions in Africa and CARICOM take a joint approach towards this and joint messages. So the AU and CARICOM need to have the agency and be given the agency to pursue the reparations debate with the full participation of African citizens, academia, and other actors. There's an issue around pursuing an aggressor within their legal system and within their moral environment to compensate you for something that they did wrong. And that is going to have a lot of pushback and a lot of difficulty. So what the political class in Africa must be able to do in order for the reparations claims to succeed is sacrifice their strategic geopolitical capital that they have with Western nations. Because if I'm asking you to compensate me for harm that you've done to me, I cannot then continue to ask you for loans, continue to ask you for development finance, and sign every agreement, as Professor Bayo Lukoshi talked about, and Professor Rashid. So the sacrifice of political capital by African political elites, African academia, is a necessary tool towards the achievement of reparations, because this is something that is political, it is historical, and cannot be conducted programmatically without investing politically. And investing politically means that there are some countries who will definitely lose out in terms of the benefits of their relationships with the Western nations. So that must be something that's at the fore and that our leaders must be expected to be prepared for. Now, I want to propose that, the African Union and CARICOM come up with a joint communication strategy and joint communication approaches and joint working approaches towards seeking reparations. Further, I would like to also recommend, in ending, that perhaps the African Union and CARICOM should somehow have within them embedded reparations secretariats and technical working groups to enable us to push the agenda forward while the political actors as well push for reparations, like the president of Ghana has recently really taken the lead in this term, and we also encourage other political actors, but this must also be backed by some technical capacity and some agency at the level of the AU and CARICOM. Thank you.
The abiding question is, when the French lose and they punitively impose a financial burden on Haiti that lasts for scores of years and Haiti is impoverished, what do you call that act of demanding that you make good to Haiti and Haitians an act of economic sabotage that has kept them imperiled, impoverished? when the French, at the point of decolonization, imposed on Sahelian nations in this region, in the Sahel, restrictions with respect to their economy and financial systems that essentially mean that none of their natural resources can effectively lead to their prosperity, and they are kept in perpetual servitude. What do you call the act of making good the years of theft of those goods? It seems to me that, Lillian, this is an appropriate time to bring you in, because you've been working pointedly on this, the European process, the Belgian process, the Netherlands. Yeah, please come in.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Brian, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, I would share my screen. I can turn the video on, but I have a PowerPoint, so it will be easier to follow. But first of all, thank you very much for inviting me to this prestigious panel. As Brian said, my name is Liliane Mubyeyi, and I'm the co-founder and executive director of African Futures Lab. I would like to share with you the results of this study that we conducted on reparations movements in Africa, and I think it will speak to some of the issues that you mentioned. We started this research by observing many contemporary issues related to colonial crimes and slavery. The first one that was very attracted our attention was the voting rights in the international financial institutions. We know, for instance, that a citizen in the United Kingdom has 23 times the voting power of a Nigerian citizen. We can go on and on, but the difference in terms of voting powers between European populations in the Western countries and African populations, or populations in the global South, is quite significant. And we know that this voting system dates back to colonial times and hasn't been changed since then. On the contrary, has been reinforced after the many reforms of the Bretton Woods institutions. So that was one of the first contemporary injustices that we could see related to colonial injustices. The second one that is also very contemporary is the unequal contribution to climate crisis between European populations, European states, and African populations. We know that the US, EU, Russia, and Japan count for 57% of the total global emissions. However, all African nations combined have emitted over the century 3% of the total global greenhouse gas emissions. With this difference, we know that African countries are most affected by this climate crisis. 65%, for instance, of the cultivatable land in the African Sahel has degraded. And we know that in some countries that you mentioned earlier, like Brian, like in the Sahel, like Mali, Niger, Sudan, Somalia, there have been recent drops in agricultural productivity of up to 40%. And we know that this phenomenon is a result of the colonial practices of extractions of natural resources, of a result of colonial violence against ecosystems on the African soil. And we started by observing these facts, these contemporary injustices. And after we started to ask when people did African populations start to ask reparations or justice for this? And with this research, we observed that, in fact, there have been many demands for justice and reparations over the last 60 years. For instance, I'll give you a few examples. The case that you were mentioning about the African mothers from whom mixed race children were removed by Belgian colonial administration. We know that there are cases of mobilization by civil society actors on debt inherited from colonial administration. Many African countries have inherited huge debts from colonial administration, whether it's Zimbabwe, South Africa, DRC, and many others. And some of them are still paying those debts. There have been mobilization in West Africa on the return of artifacts. In North Africa, we know that Black Tunisian activists who have been demanding justice for slavery, for the recognition of slavery. So these demands have been there for 6 years. But the interesting fact here, or a finding of our study, is that the international development sector, the international human rights sectors have been blind to these demands. They have been explaining social and economic injustices on the African continent by focusing on poor governance, by focusing on corruption, and by eluding the responsibility of Western actors in many of the crimes, of the violence and the justices that we see on the continent. And we know that, of course, there's some responsibility of, if we look, for instance, at in the case of corruption, there's responsibility of African leaders. But at the same time, if we compare it to the amount of money taken from tax evasion, we can compare. The case here, the example here concerns some figures given by, for instance, the World Bank, on the fact that there are 30 billion lost per year in Africa because of corruption. But when we take the example of tax evasion, the amount of money is more like 1 trillion USD. So one of what I'm trying to say here is that one of the key challenges of these demands for justice and reparations has been the international development and international human rights sector that has been blind, that hasn't paid attention, that didn't provide resources to bring these demands for justice on the forefront. And we have other key challenges that we also highlight in this study. The first one, I will mention only 3 of them. But I think the first one is that many of these demands have a transnational dimension, because the harms are happening on the African continent, but the responsible actors, are state and non-state actors that are located in Europe, in Western countries. So if movements want to mobilize, want to do advocacy, want to do justice, they have to face this obstacle of transnational mobilization and the important resources that are necessary. The other challenge is the tools that we have to use. We were talking about international law, but international law was first and foremost a colonial instrument. Colonialism, slavery happened because the international law allowed to do so. So how to mobilize while using colonial instruments. And the other challenge, and maybe that'll be the last challenge that it's important to mention, is that there have been many reparations initiatives. We've talked about reparations initiative towards the owners of slaves, but we have to look at a more recent example, the case of Italy paying reparations to Gaddafi, to Libya, sorry. And these reparation initiatives is very interesting because Italy decided to pay 5 billion euros to Libya over 5 years. But the interesting thing here was there was no recognition of the harms that were done in a country. The money was given through development aid programs, so it was a highway that was going to be built in Libya, and the companies that were going to build this highway were Italian oil companies. So basically, the money that was given given to Libya was going back to the Italian citizens. So basically, the idea here is to make sure that when there are initiatives of reparations, of apologies, how we have to be careful in the way they are shaped, the way they are developed, because they are reproducing the harms that are normally set up to dismantle. I will end up yes. So I would end up with these few points. For us, reparations, as I think one of the panelists said, it's not about the past only. It's about the present. Reparations is a critical step toward tackling the crisis faced by contemporary African societies. They should, and the way they should be shaped is it's more with I mean, we have to adopt a more holistic approach, in the sense that we have to look, of course, at the violence that was colonial violence, that was slavery and colonial violence that was targeting individuals, groups, as the case of these African mothers and their children. But you have also to look at the injustices against communities, against states, against the cultural environment. So we cannot address one without addressing the other, because they are linked, and a more sustainable way to look at this agenda for reparations is to see how to articulate these different demands. Third point, it's fundamental from our perspective to shift from development aid policies to reparation-driven policies. We have to change the narrative from one of aid and to a narrative that sheds light on the responsibility on northern states and private actors of the global north. And the final point was to say that we must center the voices and the visions and epistemologies from the African continent. Thank you.
Thank you so much, all of you. Just to remind us that when Lumumba's tooth was returned to the DRC, there was no acceptance of the violence that attended the assassination of Patrice Lumumba. That when Sudan went through its intifada, the revolution recently, the Americans insisted that Sudan should pay reparations or compensation to the sum of 343 million in order to be taken off the terrorism list, in part because it was alleged that Osama bin Laden had been hiding in Sudan planning the bombings of Nairobi and Dar es Salaam. And the Sudanese people who had just freed themselves from dictatorship were made to pay 343 million as reparations. In 2015, the United States, through Congress, passed an act holding liable companies in Germany that were responsible for the Holocaust. What we're hearing from the panelists, friends, is that transnational mobilization is important, and that you as the intellectuals should assist in developing the most appropriate tools for engaging in this struggle, so that we are not burdened by having to use, as Audre Lorde says, you cannot bring down the master's house by using the master's tools, that the legal systems were set up to always find the empire innocent and the oppressed. I think what we've been reminded is that this holistic approach must look at physical violence and maybe psychological and emotional, but also must look at the collective violence, structural violence, including erasure of cultures, of knowledge, of innovations, of science. And I think that we've also been told that it must not only have a retrospective, it must have a prospective approach. We were told several things, I think, by the speakers. I don't want to summarize, but an interesting one is this colonially inherited debt, as well as the ecological harm caused by systems of development that were designed to make our continent and sites where Afro-descendants live sites of extraction and not sites of innovation and development, sites of experimentation, and hence the vulnerability to pandemics, vulnerability to other forms of fragilities, that things that are now being addressed as issues of development and issues of governance are actually fundamentally questions of justice or injustice that's yet to be. What I'm going to do is I'm going to turn to the audience with one set of requests. I'll ask that you make comments, you ask questions, you make suggestions. In that order, I already see a hand at the back, and I see another hand at the, I see three hands. My brother from, is it Jamaica? Right. I see Ayob, and I see, okay. All right, this is exciting. So let's start right at the back. My brother from Jamaica, we come to Ayob, we come to you, then we come up the three hands up there, and we come down here. So please follow the example of the speakers. Keep it brief, keep it sweet, and keep it happy. Yes, sir.
And certainly with the suggestions about a unified strategic approach from African intellectuals, not just those on the continent, but the diaspora as well. I'm particularly intrigued by the point made by the last speaker, I think it's Lillian, who reminds us that reparation should not be an aid package. The Brattle report, which is new, it came out this year, and is seeking to frame the conversation, insists that if it is genuinely reparation, then the repairers cannot be invited to determine the terms of repair, that the agenda should not include any kind of negotiation. In fact, the three pillars of the international law that the Brattle report emphasizes is, yes, there is recognition of damage, there should be restitution of damage, and then there needs to be satisfaction, you know, and the issue of satisfaction means that those deemed to have suffered more or most need to feel as though they have been adequately compensated. So I just want to raise with the assembly here that there is a new report which supports the 10-point report in framing solutions called the Brattle report, which is important. I'd love to hear Gil's feedback on that. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Brian. My name is Iyob. I'm an Ethiopian. I work at University of Bristol. My question, especially for the two speakers in the room, perhaps Lillian can also expand on this as well, is how can we avoid being trapped into the revolving door of Eurocentrism in our effort of reparation and repatriation, in our effort of calling for this and the discourses or the orientations. Somehow building on the previous commenter and also what Lilia mentioned about the epistemic issues, and also connecting to the previous panel that we had this afternoon. Unless we locate a new epistemic orientation, or not necessarily new, but an Africa-centered ways of doing things, so that we will not be just simply replicating the Northern or the Eurocentric model of so-called development. Yes, we need technology, but not necessarily in a way that it's become contrary to our existence. Yes, we need infrastructure, but not at the expense of our future generation. So I wonder to what extent these efforts of mobilizing for reparation and repatriation can learn or can incorporate this alternative ways of knowing, so that we shape the dynamics in a way that fits into the context rather than replicating the already existing dominant hegemonic thinking framework. Thank you.
Awesome greetings. My name is Toyin Ajao from Imole of Africa, iAfrica. I just have one question for the panel. I want to know if there is a link between reparation and restorative justice, and if yes, what kind of healing does it offer us as Black, Indigenous, and people of color? Thank you.
Thank you. The famous row. That famous row at the top, there are 3 people there.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And thank you very much to the panelists for this very, very insightful discussion. My first point was raised by the first question that was raised by Neville. My suspicion is that we are working in silos. Is there a way we can pool all resources together in Africa, those in the Caribbean, and so that we can speak with one voice? That is the first point. The second point is, how can we begin to infiltrate even the global north? And I'm using Codestria as a case study. With its partnership with institutions and governments in the West, is it possible to have some direct conversation with them so that from within, we can also begin to push this agenda of reparation? The third point, and I think Professor Lukoshi talked about this when he was making his response. If we do not have a responsible government in Africa, and my thinking is that this reparation agenda will be a wild goose chase. I think Codestria has the moral leadership to also begin to think of how the democratization process in Africa is defined. How do we elect our leaders? Because if the leaders are corrupt, it is almost impossible for us as academics to actualize this very noble reparation project. So perhaps I want to suggest that Codestria may begin to think of ways to have a say in the electoral process that is going on. We have heard, we have seen how some European colonial masters blatantly sponsor coups. And once they succeed, the leaders thwart whatever efforts individuals and institutions try to make. So I want to suggest that perhaps Codestria may begin to think of becoming politically involved, not only in individual countries, but across Africa, so that we actually do have the right leadership, so that we can cooperate with the leadership and then see how we can actualize this reparation project. Thank you very much.
There were there was one hand at the top there, then you, and then I'll come to Dr. Mshai here.
OK, merci, Monsieur le Président du panel. Je remercie également les panélistes pour la qualité de leur contribution. Ma question porte cependant sur la question des réparations. Je me souviens bien qu'en 2001, à Bamako, se tenait le 3e congrès de l'Association des historiens africains. Et à cette occasion, nous avons un collègue sénégalais, Ibrahima Tchoub, qui a appelé à une lecture plus critique de la question de la traite négrière en suggérant que les Noirs sont aussi coupables que les Européens de ce qui est arrivé à l'Afrique. Et ça a déclenché un véritable tollé dans l'amphithéâtre, sans doute la preuve que le sujet est très sensible. Mais récemment, j'ai écouté un chef d'État africain qui demandait réparation pour l'Afrique, mais en mobilisant des faits historiques qui ne sont pas du tout fondés. Il demandait réparation pour des faits historiques pas du tout fondés. Elle-même a reconnu que depuis 60 ans, pas de réparation et il n'y a pas de résultat. Finalement, est-ce qu'il n'est pas temps de changer de logiciel, de paradigme? Plutôt que de laisser les hommes politiques décider de l'agenda, et là je rejoins le collègue qui m'a précédé, est-ce qu'il n'est pas mieux que le CODESRIA, par exemple, définisse un agenda clair en mettant sur pied un groupe d'historiens africains chargés vraiment d'évaluer la question de la traite négrière et des autres crimes contre l'Afrique, en faire le point sur des bases vraiment historiques, pas fantaisistes, de sorte à pouvoir documenter le plaidoyer pour que, justement, on puisse obtenir des réparations. Dans ces conditions où on tire à U et à Dia, je ne suis pas très sûr que finalement la demande soit comprise. Et des historiens de talent, ce n'est pas ce qui manque en Afrique. Je pense au Nigérian Joseph Onikori, sans doute le meilleur spécialiste de la traite négrière sur l'aspect quantitatif. Alors, donc, le continent a des ressources humaines dans nos universités, dans nos académies, qui sont capables de prendre ces questions de réparation à bras le corps, de la documenter sur des bases historiques très concrètes, et de sorte à pouvoir enrichir le plaidoyer. Mais dans les conditions actuelles, je suis très pessimiste quant au succès de cette revendication. J'aimerais poser la question justement à notre collègue sur la question. S'il doit y avoir réparation, elle prendrait quelle forme? Est-ce qu'on est sûr que toute l'Afrique a été concernée par la traite? Est-ce que toute l'Afrique l'a subie dans les mêmes proportions? Est-ce que des États n'ont pas participé à la traite négrière, comme les Tchédo en Sénégambie, comme les Tekere dans le centre du Mali? Voilà des questions qu'il faut soulever et qu'il faut documenter sans faux fuyant si nous voulons effectivement voir le continent qui a été laminé pendant des siècles dans sa dignité. Je pense qu'il est temps effectivement de documenter cette question-là en laissant la parole aux historiens, aux universitaires pour la documenter sans faux fuyant et sans hypocrisie.
Thank you. I know the panelists will answer you, but if you do get a chance, Professor Hilary Beckles has done a series of 5 very eloquent documentations using, together with the report that has just been referred to, the Brattle reports, looks at the quantification. And just to remind us, it's reparations for slavery, for colonial extraction, and for apartheid. And there's a lot of research that's been done. What I find interesting, though, is each time harm has been done to white people, and I've been deliberate in saying what Sudan was forced to pay. Nobody talked about proving nexus. Sudan was made to pay the 343 million. Libya was made to pay the 600 million, the Holocaust, right? The payments has been made. Japan, for the comfort women, payment made. There's always an arithmetical problem somehow when it comes to Black people, but let's discuss it afterwards. And to you, Sam.
All right, thank you very much. You see, reparations is something very important that we all must begin to take a conscious look at. But however, another thing that bothers many scholars in Africa is the fact that these reparations to African nations, a lot of the nations in Africa don't have responsible government. And I'm giving an example of my own country. Between 1999 and 2023, there have been a return of loot from different nations of the world. It is called the Abacha loot, Nigeria. Between 1999 and 2023, there have been about $4 billion return of funds stolen by the former president, and then $2 billion in assets. Now, the problem we have is that once some of these reparations are done, the government steals it in return. So they keep returning and the government keeps stealing. So we, just like one of the other speakers said, Africans must begin to demand for good governance, credibility, and accountability from its leaders for the reparations to have a good impact on a sustainable development. Thank you very much.
I've got Dr. Mshai, and then I'll come. You'll be our last, sir. I'll start with Mshai there.
Thank you very much. And I really want to appreciate the panel for this, for two reasons. One, I think this is the first plenary panel that has the intellectuals who are speaking are not coming from within the academy. And I really want to appreciate the clarity with which you have laid out not just the political agenda, but for me also an intellectual agenda. I was reminded listening to you that my very first encounter at Codesria in 1998 was a Humanities Institute with the preceptor as Professor Kofi Anyudoho, where we engaged the question of enslavement. 25 years later, I don't feel that within our academy, we are doing much work. For me, it was the very first time I had been in a classroom where we were talking about these issues. So I want to invite you, number one, to just share with us. I know there are many early career scholars here, and a lot of the agenda you've set out is, on the big bodies, Africa Union, CARICOM, and so on. And my first question is, what are the existing spaces that you are aware of that individual scholars, individual intellectuals can begin to congregate? Because I think even people doing this work often find themselves as being very lonely, especially if you're in the academic space as opposed to the policy or civil society space. And then the second one is an invitation to dream with us, because here we have vice chancellors, we have rectors, we have deans, we have professors. What would your dream for a pedagogical agenda and a research agenda at our African institutions of higher education look like? And again, thank you.
Thanks, Prof.
Thank you very much. Let me join the others in thanking the panelists. Going back to the first presentation, I just want our colleague to know that a little about a year and a half ago, I was invited by CARICOM to Bridgetown, Barbados, a dialogue between Africa and the Caribbean. And this was the center of the discussions. The final session, we were made to understand that there was going to be a big follow-up involving more people, and that this was going to happen in Nairobi, only for me to discover that it has been shifted to Switzerland, Geneva. And it was a huge gathering of African people from all over, especially the Caribbean, except that this was not being organized by us. It was being organized and guided from New York. A follow-up happened a few months ago in June, again in New York, under the cover of a new body set up by the United Nations, the Permanent Forum of African People, who have taken up this discussion and demands on reparation. Yes, many of the speakers, both in Geneva and in New York, came from various parts of the African world. But my worry is that the whole program is not being coordinated and directed by African people themselves. How do we avoid this movement being hijacked? That's my question. About the failure of the African leadership, some of them, I was amazed when I discovered recently that Ghana was going to host a major forum on reparations. And I remember very clearly that a former president of our country in 2007, on the 200th anniversary of what? The so-called abolition of the Slave Trade Act, as one of our speakers spoke about, declared openly in the presence of, right there in Elmina Castle, filled with especially many people from the diaspora. He stood up on that evening, he was there in person, and said there was no need for even an apology for slavery, for the enslavement of African people, because as he put it, it was trade. And he claimed we all benefited. What were our benefits? Maybe for his family and little group, maybe they benefited. How do we make sure that our leaders don't what? Undermine this movement as expressed by this former president, who at the time was chairman of either the African Union or ECOWAS. We have to watch them and stop them before they damage an otherwise useful, program for reparation and restitution of justice. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Lillian, we will start with you. You don't have to answer all the questions. The beauty of being in Codestria is that I think that many people here are deeply interested in the subject, and perhaps this was just to remind us of that collective interest. Please answer one or two questions, take 3 minutes, or say things that you wanted to say that you didn't get to say. And then we will come to you, James, and then Ali will end with you. Go ahead, Lillian.
Thank you, Brian, and thank you all for these fantastic questions. I would like to answer to 2 or 3 questions, but summed up in one response. I think what we are talking here is the process of reparations, how the demands are being made, how the response or the actions of whether we're talking about the European states or the Western states, or whether we're talking about African states, what are their role, and what are the risks in this process of reparations. And I think to answer the first question of the demands, I think I've said it earlier, but I think it's fundamental to set up these transnational alliances, because first of all, we strengthen our position by working through these different continents, with different movements. But I think if we constitute a united front, I think we will have much more power in the discussion or in the demands for reparations. The second aspect is this issue of alternative epistemologies. I think it's very key in some reparations demands that we have seen, in particular those regarding the restitution of artifacts. We know that the response of many European states was to say, "Oh, we have looted you, so we're going to send the objects back." Not all of them, but at least like 1% of those, and they don't consider at all the environment that the environment where these artifacts were taken from, how they were taken care of by the communities, or the vision, the cultural vision, the cultural environments that were from where they were taken. And they didn't take into consideration that the violence was not only about the object or the artifact, it was about like the environment in general. So we have to be careful in the way we center the communities or the visions of the communities in these efforts of reparations. The third element that I would like to, and the last one I would like to add, I think, is this risk about Western states hijacking these movements, and also African state instrumentalizing these movements. I think we have to be aware that these risks are serious. We know that in the past, France, for instance, has approached some of the governments when at the level of the AU, when there was this in the early 90s, when there was these efforts to demand reparations. So it won't be the first time it's a recipe from colonial states. So the risk is there, and the question is, how do we anticipate that risk, and what do we put in place to mitigate that risk? And the idea of set up this common front, I think it's important. And the issue of the last issue, which is the responsibility of African leaders, African governments, I think is also it's fundamental, because we know that, and this is something that we've seen in our study, is that many civil society actors are reluctant to enter this movement for reparations, because they say like, these leaders have been there for so many years and haven't done anything on that. Why do now start to talk about reparations? So I think we have to take these fears seriously, and integrate them, or also mitigate them, try to find ways to mitigate them. But at the same time, realize that we can't we can't set aside the role of states, because if we're talking about international financial institutions, we talk about the international governments, we talk about geopolitics, and how it is important to bring this issue into debate on reparations. It's fundamental to have states working alongside civil society actors. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very lively input to this discussion. I'll address the issue of my brother raised about avoiding Eurocentrism in the debate on reparations, and avoiding the discourse being hijacked by the West and Western institutions. I think one of the challenges we face with international law is that the normative frameworks are always dominated by the global North at the expense of the global South. And international law is always sometimes constructed in a manner that befits the victor states post-1945, post-World War II. Therefore, sometimes when it comes to a situation where it is Africa or the Caribbean or the states in the global South seeking to apply international law to seek a remedy, such as reparations, we might find that it is not properly facilitative and not sufficient. So we might want to consider developing and using existing Pan-African normative instruments and frameworks. And I would dare to recommend perhaps a Pan-African treaty on reparations, which has retrospective application and jurisdiction to cover periods prior to colonialism, to the transatlantic slave trade, to apartheid, and so on. And that's something we should consider. The other one is, as my sister Mshai said, to mobilize and convene Pan-African academia so that we set our own ideas, ideology that informs then perhaps the legal and policy instruments that we use in pursuit of reparations. The other thing is using Pan-African institutions like Codesria, like there are very many, the Pan-African Lawyers Union, there are very many Pan-African organizations which would have the sufficient technical nous to be able to develop and help facilitate the development of normative frameworks that are Afrocentric as opposed to Eurocentric. On the issue of silos that was raised, I think CARICOM has been doing a very good job, and recently we've also seen a new push in the Accra summits from the African Union, but there's a need for a joint approach towards advocacy around reparations, both from jointly with AU and CARICOM working together, but also with the Pan-African citizens from the Caribbean and Africa working together in pursuit. Then we'll avoid the issue of silos that was raised on that end. That would be all.
Brother Ali. Thank you very much. I'll just briefly go through a few pointers as I close. And just to say that we in the Caribbean have been championing the issue of reparations for centuries. We must not forget that they enslaved us, the former slaves themselves demanded reparations. And right throughout our history, persons like Marcus Garvey, Sir Arthur Lewis, Dr. Eric Williams, and so have always championed the cause of reparations. In 2013, what we've had is that the heads of government has formally put it on the national agenda at CARICOM level. And just to say that the Brattle report in quantifying the harm or the damage which was caused and looked at the issue of compensation in terms of $120 to $130 trillion. And it's a very good document for persons who have not read or at least go through it as yet to look at. It gives us, it's an excellent tool for us going forward with regards to speaking about reparations. Also, too, we now have another project called the Repair Project in the Caribbean, where it is funded economic and social development programs for each Caribbean island. The researchers from the University of the West Indies are going through different islands and developing and doing a costing of development projects for us in the Caribbean. Now, what I really want to comment on, and we have a lot of academics and deans and so on, and Professor spoke about it earlier, and one of our colleagues. How many universities, colleges in Africa is teaching the subject of reparations? But while we speak about the leadership of Africa and the leadership of Caribbean, and let's not forget Latin America and so on, what I believe we need as well in this reparation struggle is grassroots engagement and leadership among our students across universities and colleges. I think one positive takeaway from us here with all of the academics and intellectuals that we have here is that when we return to our universities and college, can we positively put reparations on the agenda? The University of the West Indies, along with the University of Glasgow, has just started in September, a master's degree on the subject of reparations. And I believe that universities in Africa can do that as well. We need to engage our young people so that the issue or the subject of reparations cannot only be that of intellectuals and advocates and academics. It has to be among the young people of Africa and the Caribbean, the youths. How can we use the media in Africa to agitate and to educate and to bring this subject of reparations alive in every alley, in every nook and every cranny and every street and community centers and so on? I think that we need to have a groundswell of the discussion on reparations. And Professor earlier spoke about, conferences in Switzerland and so on and so forth. Well, one of the harsh realities is that we need African governments and Caribbean governments to invest in the subject of reparations. And it must be seen seriously enough as an economic development program, that they will make allocations in their budget to fund the struggle of reparations. This struggle of reparations maybe cannot be won by just sheer voluntarism. I am a volunteer. Many other persons I know volunteer in the struggle of reparations, but we need proper secretariats. We need funding so that we can do educational programs on mass media and so on. And it cannot be left up to chance. So that the challenges for financiers, our leaders, our governments, and so on, is that they see this issue of reparations serious and significant enough that they would make it part of the budgetary allocations on an annual basis so that we can get funded, so that we can fund these conferences, bring our best historians and our philosophers and advocates together in Dhaka and Accra and Bridgetown and so on and so forth. That is one of the things that we continue to miss out on, and we need funding from our leaders and so. And just in closing, I want to reemphasize the point that was made earlier. When we speak of reparations, we're not speaking of an aid package. Reparations is not charity. It's extremely important, so that when we see institutions in Europe and so on say they're giving 50 million euros, or the Church of England speaking of $100 million, these persons who have benefited from the Atlantic slave trade and slavery cannot be the judge and the jury with regards to reparations. They cannot take it upon themselves to decide how much monies they will make available to us as part of reparative justice. And more than that, decide how it should be spent and which organization they should give it to. We consider that to be utterly disrespectful. And it speaks again to the superiority complex that these, Brian, can I say white folks continue to have with regards to this issue of reparations. So that reparations at the end of the day is a debt that should be paid, and it is not charity. It is not an aid package. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My friends, I come from a small country called Zimbabwe. When the colonial forces were occupying my country, a young girl, 26-year-old, felt she had been possessed and directed by the spirit of a great female warrior called Nehanda. She led the men of my country to fight against colonial occupation. The colonial government hung her where the State House sits today. Her crime was treason. The only state that existed at the time she was hung was the state for which she was fighting in defense of. Having defeated Chief Chengaira and other chiefs, the colonial company that occupied our country decapitated their heads and took them to the United Kingdom as trophies in museums. The story of my ancestors is the same story of Sarah Batman, who was taken as an artifact because white folk couldn't get over her bodily parts. It's the same story across the continent, where they took gods and they call them now artifacts. And once you have degraded gods into artifacts, you return them as a point of charity. My sister Fumi, Professor Fumi, my sister Mshai, many other sisters in the room have over the years in trying to teach me, reminded me of what happens in our villages. An elderly male rapes an underage girl, and because of poverty, insists that in order to avoid accountability, they'll make the child their bride. The crime is hidden in what appears to be an act of magnanimity. The criminal is called a breadwinner. We cannot allow what happens to our daughters in our villages to happen to our continent. A criminal cannot be absolved purely by paying dowry, because that same criminal will keep raping. My brothers and sisters, I was remotely involved in the Abacha loot and Mobutu loot conversations and processes. The Swiss refused and insisted Professor Olukoshi is here, that we should prove that the money was actually public money, that in the absence of proof, they were not willing to return the interest. To this day, the Swiss have not returned the full amounts. The real criminal at law, anybody who receives stolen property under all our legal systems, is a thief. And yet Transparency International and all our ranking agencies will tell you that the cleanest country in the world is Switzerland. It was the Swiss bankers who forced Mozambique into taking a loan that it did not need. And we arrested the Mozambican finance minister in the 2 billion scandal. Somehow, Credit Suisse and others somehow escaped liability for having transacted. What am I saying? I'm not saying that we should excuse our people. I'm just reminding us of what already exists. University of Western Cape has set up something, a desk, a center to deal with reparations. University of West Indies, together with Glasgow, Codestria, Africa Judges and Juries Forum, International Law Center, Pan-African Lawyers Union, and several African entities have started doing this. The meeting today was to say it's inadequate to have a few of us. I am not trying to prove myself, my pain, to any European. I'm not trying to make legal or technical sense. You ask a rape victim to prove she was raped? How did Leopold's Congo become Leopold's? My brothers and sisters, there's no Tarzan raised by monkeys that's going to come and save us and fight against the predatory instinct of recolonization. We're not going to negotiate ourselves out of the quagmire we find ourselves in, where globalization is militarized and financialized, by pleading the accuracy of the mathematics of the extent to which we've been looted. No, nobody's ever going to admit. Even the Catholic Church is offering 100 million, yet we paid America through Sudan, 343 million for 200 people. Why? Millions of Africans are worth less than 200. I'm not mocking those who died. It's just to remind us that this conversation is racialized. It's racialized because even amongst ourselves, we have bought this logic that actually says, for some reason, we must make sense to the thief, to the looter, to the robber. We must make sense to the rapist. We must make sense to ourselves. Do we have bad governments? We have terrible governments, but the Americans, Madam Chair, have worse. Kissinger, who died recently, finally history has begun to judge him. And yet our kids studying international relations were studying the Kissinger doctrine. Whitewashed, enslaved, and etc. So in ending this conversation, Madam Chair, the African Union sent a study tour to CARICOM, to Barbados. The African Union agreed to adopt a common Africa position on reparations. The African Union allowed or asked that they be hosted a reparations conference. That reparations conference suggests a joint AU CARICOM position and a United Nations reparations resolution. There is a rethinking globally of multilateralism. And Lillian has told us it ought to be anchored on a reparative economic logic, a reparative institutional logic. If you ask a stupid man like me, because I'm not an academic and I'm not trying to dethrone or minimize the importance of intellectual rigor, let me say this to you. I was a lawyer, and I think a reasonable lawyer, as my friends here will tell you. And accounting firms, consultancy firms, bankers, every day are continuing the legacy of slavery, of colonialism. The African Development Bank is supporting my government to pay reparations to white commercial farmers. Nobody has asked what formula did they use. My sister, they'd borrowed from banks when the land was expropriated in the national interest. Nobody has asked, can you show us how much you owed so that we deduct what we're paying you? No. the premise and basis of international re-engagement set under the Cotonou Agreement and insisted upon by the Americans under Zedera is pay first, and then we'll talk later. Now, here is an understanding we must get. My ancestors, so Ayob, the Monday Charter of 1325, passed not far from here, the first written constitution in the world. It wasn't the French, it was an African, the Monday Charter. It had in it reparations as a principle. Shona culture, Kikuyu culture, Hausa culture, Yoruba culture, all of them have repair as a central piece. So as we go home, having discussed reparations, the fundamental question is, how do we produce the knowledge, the scholarship? How do we produce the public narrative? How do we produce the dialogues? Not to end, because we're not going to win the reparations argument tomorrow. It will suffice if everyone in this group starts a fire that keeps burning 20, 30 years from now. Because what was stolen and the discovery of what was stolen, none of the speakers talked about technology, inventions done by slaves, by Black people under colonialism and under apartheid. Nobody talked about that. Nobody talked about how the Royal Dutch Company stole from the Khoi and the San cattle that made them wealthy, that they sold to other people. Nobody. My friends, nobody talked about your ancestors who worked for free labor. Free labor, rendered free labor. And how do I quantify that? Easy. The colonial system that sent my ancestors underground into mines and did not pay them, that forced them to come and work on white plantation by imposing taxation on them. It documented how much tax it was collecting from the natives. Now the granddaughters and the grandsons of the natives are here. It's payback time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, speakers, colleagues. That was a fantastic panel. This has been a long day, but you would concur with me that it was worth staying. Can you hear me now? So we've had a long day, but I think it was very worth the wait. Tomorrow, we plan to start at 9 sharp. So please be at the room called Flamboyant on the ground floor near the baobab tree. So we're meeting there 10 to 9 roughly. Thank you very much for being here today.
On behalf of the Association of African Universities with headquarters in Accra, Ghana, I wish to congratulate the Council for the development of social science research in Africa Codestra